Do you want to learn how to build a SaaS application from scratch? Do you want to learn how to leverage AI large language models to create an application that can make you money? Well, in this tutorial, I'll show you how to create a NextJS 15 SaaS project integrating OpenAI for smart features, Stripe for seamless payments, and Clerk for a secure and easy authentication. Whether you are a beginner or experienced developer, you'll gain skills to build and launch your own scalable SaaS app. In this website, users will be able to sign in, subscribe to a plan, enter dietary information, and they will receive a weekly meal plan tailored to them. Ready to get started? Hit the subscribe button and let's build something amazing. Okay everyone, so let's start our project. You can see over here, I have just my VS Code opened inside of a folder called Meal Plan Tutorial. So I want you guys to create a folder where your project is going to be hosted at, and then just open it up inside of VS Code. Now I have my terminal over here, and we want to generate our Next.js application by running the command npx create next app. And then we'll put a dot in the end to tell the command that we want to create our application in the current directory. As you can see, it will start asking us some questions. Yes, we do want to use TypeScript. Yes for this. Yes for this. No for that. Yes for app router. No for TurboPack. And no for the last one as well. So it's going to start installing all of the dependencies. And I want to just point out while it's installing that this project relies a lot on UI and TailwindCSS for the styling. However, I personally won't show myself writing all of the Tailwind styles. I already wrote it because you saw it in the intro, how it's going to look like. However, I'm not going to spend time or else this video will be too long, and I hate when tutorials are like this. I always do this, which is I just copy and paste the CSS at the end of each component that I write, and then I let you guys copy it if you want to, but my main focus is going to be just the functionality and not the styling. Great. Now let's run our project by running npm run dev, and as you can see, this should create a project and host it on the localhost 3000. So if I go here to my Google Chrome, you can see that this is the boilerplate app that comes whenever we start the app. Now let's go back to our project and let me open up my app folder. This is where all of our project files are going to be hosted at. However, one thing is we will create stuff outside of this folder, but inside of here is where most of our styling and our components and our API is going to exist. Now we have here our layout .tsx file, which basically just generates and lays out the entry point of our app. So it has our HTML file. So it has our HTML description over here, and it renders all of our routes inside of that. So what I want to do is I want to create a navbar so that it's going to allow us to navigate between the different routes that we're going to have in our project. So let's create that right now. Let's go over here and let's call a component called navbar. Now, obviously we don't have that component yet, so we do want to create it. So the place in our app where we're going to have our components is actually outside of this app folder, because I want this app folder to serve as just a place for us to define both our API routes and also our actual page routes. So anything outside of that is going to exist outside of that folder. So we'll create a components folder at the root of our project, and inside of here, we'll create a navbar.tsx file. Now, let's just quickly create the component we're going to be using. So I'm going to say default function, and then we'll define the navbar component. Now, below here, let's just return a nav for now and just say something like navbar. We don't have our routes yet. We don't have the components made for them, so we'll have to do that first. Also, this is a capital B. So let's import this over here so that we can actually have that appear in our screen. And you should see that it does render at the top whilst the route or the page, the initial page, appears below it. Great. Now, what I want to do is I want to just set up the files and the folder structure for us to already have an idea of how our project is going to look like. So the first thing I want to have is I want to have a folder which is going to contain all of our API routes. So for this project, obviously we're going to be doing a lot of backend stuff. It is very like full stack heavy. We're going to have to do a lot of authentication, a lot of data creation and all that. So that's all going to exist inside this API folder. Now, every other page we want to have in this project that isn't an API route, but rather a page route that we can navigate towards, we want to create a folder for each of them specifically. Now, if you saw the intro, you know that there's going to be a variety of different pages. For example, there's going to be a sign up page, and we do want to create that. So I'm going to say sign up, and we'll keep this as a folder for now. We're not going to add any files inside of it. Then we also want to create a folder that is going to be representing the page in our project where we can generate the meal plan. So it's where we can actually make the API call, use the AI to generate the meal plan for us. So I'm going to call this meal plan. Then we want to create another folder, which is going to allow us to see our own profile. So let's create the profile folder. And finally, we'll create the folder, which is going to host the file that is going to represent the page for where you can subscribe to this service. So it's where we're going to allow the user to connect to Stripe and subscribe to the monthly payments. Nice. Remember that whatever name you put for the folders, it is what is going to be used when we actually navigate. So to go to the meal plan page, we'll have to go to /meal plan, which doesn't exist right now, but will exist because we did call this folder meal plan. Now let's create individual files for each of these folders so that we can actually display some sort of UI whenever we navigate to the routes. So we'll go over here to the meal plan folder. We'll create a page.tsx. You do have to call it page.tsx so that NextJS knows. And inside of here, we're going to export default function. And then the name of the component can be whatever you want. I'm going to call it meal plan dashboard because it's going to be a dashboard where you can generate your meal plan. Down here, I'm just going to return a div that is going to say meal plan page, just so we have an idea that this is the page we're inside of whenever we navigate to it. Then let's copy this and paste it inside of all of our other folders, just so we already have some code written in and we don't have to rewrite everything. So we'll just change the names. So I'll call this profile and I'll change this to profile page. Then for sign up, we'll also say sign up page and we'll change this to sign up. And actually I'll make this capitalized. And then on subscribe, we'll do the exact same thing. So I'll say subscribe. And then this last one is subscribe page. Perfect. Now let's close all of them. And let's check to see if our routes are working. If I go to the meal plan route, it should show the word, like the sentence meal plan page. If I go to the profile, it should show the profile page. So our routes are working and that's great. Now, all we have to do is just create our navbar. Now to create this navbar, we already have this nav element over here. And inside of it, let's put a div that is going to contain all of our links. Now, the first thing we want to put is an image, which is going to represent our logo. Now, this can differ depending on your project. I have a logo for this project and I put my logo inside of this public folder over here. Now you should put yours as well. If you want to make one, just put it inside of this folder. And we're going to use the next image component to actually render this image. So we're going to say import image from next image. And inside of here, we want to render the image. Now I'm going to put a source to it, and the source is just going to be the path to that logo. Since it's in the public folder, I'm just going to say /, or actually not even dot, I'll just say /logo.png. Now we do have to put in as well a width, which I'm going to put as 60, and a height, which I'm going to put as 60. And we'll also pass in an alt so that there's accessibility for it as well. So I'm going to say logo. Now at the top over here, we also want to import the link component from next link. This is going to allow us to turn different parts of our UI into links that we can use to navigate to the different routes of our app. So I'm going to turn this image that we have for the logo into a link so that when you click on it, you can automatically be navigated to the home page. So I need to pass an href here so that we tell it where to go, and we just want to go to the home page, which is the empty slash. Perfect. Now I want to make another section in our navbar because the logo section is going to be on the left, but we want to create another section which is just going to be for the links. Now the links that are displayed in our screen are going to depend a lot on whether or not we are signed in or not. So I'm going to leave this section empty for now, and I think it's a good time for us to start setting up our authentication inside of our project, which we will be using Clerk to do so. If we go to our project right now, you see it looks very empty, right? We're in the profile page, and all I can do is just click on the logo to go back to the home page. So we do want to add a functionality to be able to sign in to an account. Now, this is Clerk. It is literally one of the best authentication and user management platforms out there. You've probably seen multiple videos out there using Clerk. I personally have made videos with them before, and I use them every time I build a project myself. You can start building it for free, but they do have a pro version. So if you want to check out the pro version, just go for the link in my description. But either way, this whole project, you can build it for free as well. So they allow you to make very simple authentication. As you can see, you can add all of these components into your project, and that's what we are going to be using on our project as well. So to start this off, I need you guys to sign into your account, use GitHub, use Google, whatever you want, create an account and sign into Clerk. Now, when you create your account, you should go to dashboard.clerk.com/apps/new to create your first app. Then you can see that it is as simple as choosing what kind of authentication methods you want to allow in your project. For our project, we're going to allow the user to use their email, to use their Google account, to use their Apple account, to use their GitHub account, and let's see if we want to use anything else. Probably not. And then we do want to give a name for our application. I'm going to call this meal plan generator. But obviously give it a better name because this is what is going to appear when you try to sign in with their component. Then I'm going to click on create application, and it's going to generate the application for us. They have really good docs. So technically, if you prefer to just read their docs and follow that along, you can do so as well. But I'm going to show everything in this video too. They have integration with both NextJS, we have with React, they have with Remix, and so on. So they have a lot of different integrations. But the personal one that we're going to be using in this video is this one over here, where we can use NextJS. So I'm going to copy this command, and let's go back here. I want to open up my terminal, and let's install the Clerk Next.js package. Then let's go back here, and you should see that we need to set up our environment variables. Now, this is telling us to edit not to our .env file, but our .env.local file so that we can actually access them. So I'm going to create a .env.local file, and I want to insert all of this. Now, don't use the same keys that I'm using. Use the ones that you get from your account. That should be already obvious, but don't use mine because, first of all, I'm going to delete this project right after my video, so you won't be able to actually use it. So feel free to use yours and make it actually work. So let's go back there. After putting our environment variables, we need to update our middleware.ts file. Now, what is our middleware.ts? Well, this is a file that we can create in our project, which is very common in an NextJS project. And this is a file which allows us to implement a function, a middleware function, that is going to run kind of like in between the navigation to every single route and actually the point where you land in the route. So when we have our pages, right, when we go to the meal plan page, we want to maybe check some stuff to see if the user has access to those pages. Now, what are important things that we might want to check? Well, we might want to check to see if the user is signed in or if the user actually paid for their subscription so that they can use that meal plan generator, right? So we use a middleware for that because we can use the middleware to determine which routes require which authorizations or which routes require you to be signed in and so on. Now, Clerk needs us to implement some stuff inside of the middleware.ts file that we create in our Next.js project. So let's create that file. We'll say middleware.ts, and let's go see what they want us to add. So they want us to add all of this. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's go to our VS Code, and let's just paste it. Now we're going to expand in this file and write way more than just this. But for now, let's just keep it empty because we don't have actual navigation yet. We don't have all of that. So we'll leave that for later. Now you can see that all we have to do left is add the Clerk provider to our app, which is a component that will provide session and user context to all of the different tools that Clerk will provide for us. So we need to wrap our entire app, or at least where in our app we want to have access to Clerk's functionality with this provider. So we'll do that in our layout because that's where we're going to actually be able to do this. So we're going to import the so we'll just import from Clerk Next.js, and we want to import the Clerk provider. Now we'll wrap our entire app with this. So we'll say Clerk provider, and make sure to capture the children as well, because that's most of your app. Now, if you go back to this over here, they give us a lot of different components that we can use, and we'll be definitely using them as well. Now, I just realized on this explanation, they put the Clerk provider above the HTML. So I'm actually going to do that too, just to maintain consistency with what they're doing. So let's just put this over here and then over here as well, and delete this. Perfect. Now let's expand on our signup route so that we can add the component that Clerk will provide for us. So to do that, I'm going to open up our signup folder over here. And actually, to maintain standards with what Clerk recommends, we want to make this route have another folder with the following path name. It should look like this. We should then write 3 dots and then sign up. Make sure you make it exactly like this. And we'll put the page file inside of that folder. Now, this page file right now just has a little text saying sign up page, but we want to do more than that. We want to use the sign up component from Clerk, which will render that UI that I showed you guys in the beginning. So we'll import from at Clerk Next.js, and then we'll import the sign up component, and then we'll just render that below here. Now I just realized that this should be called sign up because both of them have the same name. So I'm actually going to call this sign up page, and we'll just call this component inside of here and self-close it. Now you should see that if we go to our page over here and we go to the sign up route, we should now see the sign up component secured by Clerk like we designed it. So it allows you to put email address and password, but also be able to sign up and sign in with either Apple, GitHub, or Google like we selected. Now, what exactly does this mean? Well, it means that basically we are able to sign in and sign up to our project, but we're just not making use of it. Let's try doing that. Let me click on this and let's actually go through the process of signing in and signing up. I'm already logged into GitHub, so it automatically already signed up for me. So you might need to authorize or something, whatever works for you. But for me, I've already signed up, and I know that it is registering it because if I go to my applications, there are some Clerk cookies and local storage stuff that is holding that information for me. Now, how do I display the fact that I am signed in and show it in my project? Well, the best way to do that is by modifying our navbar to show the information that we haven't completed yet. So remember I said that there are some links that we want to show if we're signed in and some links that we want to show if we're not signed in, right? If we're signed out. So the way we distinguish both scenarios is we can import this really cool components from at Clerk Next.js, and we'll import the signed in and the signed out component. Actually, not the sign in, the signed in component. Perfect. Now, if I call the signed in component, whatever logic or whatever UI I put inside of here will show up. And whatever like logic and UI I put around the signed out component, so if I were to change this and put signed out instead, this would appear if the user signed out. It handles all of that for you through the use of wrapped components that are very easy for us to understand in our UI. So let's deal with the signed in situation. Let's make a link that is going to link to our meal plan route, right? Because if you're signed in, you might want to go to the meal plan route. So let's call the link over here, and let's just call meal plan. And let's put an href over here, and the href will take us to the meal plan route. Now, let's check this out. We should see that that link is appearing somewhere in our screen, right? It's right below this logo. Obviously, we don't have the UI yet, but it's showing below the logo. Now, you might be wondering, yeah, but technically, we're not sure yet if the logic is working. But if we put this inside of the signed out instead, you'll see that it won't show up because that's not the state of our user. Our user is signed in. So you can see that it's already working. So we can just revert back to what it was. Now, what is another thing we want to show if the user is signed in or not? Well, in a lot of providers out there like Google and GitHub and Apple, you might have a profile picture. Now, if you signed in to your account using email and password, you probably won't have that. So what we want to do is check to see if in the user object from Clerk that they will give to us, the user has an image URL representing their profile picture. And if not, we'll put like an avatar just to show that they have an image. Now, how do we do that? Well, to do that, we need access to information about the current user who is signed in. Now, we can access that very easily with Clerk by calling the use user hook, which gives us all of that information. For example, we can get information about a couple things. We can get information about if the data is loaded. So if loaded, just for if you want to not like show a spinner or a loading indicator or whatever you want. We can also get the is signed in, which tells us if the user is signed in or not, and also the actual user object. Now we'll use each of them. The first one is the is loaded, and we'll just return for now like a little p tag saying loading, so that we can have a visual representation to say that this data that we're getting from Clerk is actually loading. Now, we'll use this is signed in later on, and you might be wondering now, why do we have this and also the signed in component, which seems to give you the same piece of information on whether or not the user signed in or not? Well, the signed in component is a component, right? And this is a Boolean. So we can use this instead of our JavaScript code to find that information. But we won't do that for now. Let's just focus on the user object. So this user object will give us a lot of information about the user. Now, specifically the one we want to know right now is what is if the user has a profile picture or not. So we'll say if the user dot image URL is true, meaning that there is an image URL, then let's display a link over here that is going to take us to the profile page when we click on it. So when you click on the profile picture, it will take you to the profile page that we created. And inside of it, let's render an image, which is going to render that image URL. So I'm going to say user.image URL. Then it's going to have an alt. We'll just say profile picture. Let's also give a width, which we'll make it like a little bit smaller than the logo. Let's make it something like 40, and the height, let's make it 40 as well. We'll save this, and we'll need to pass in the else case, right? So in case image URL is false, then we'll just put a div, and later on we'll put some Tailwind code to set like a placeholder image for when the image URL is not true. Now it's giving us a small error here. It says property image URL does not exist on type never. This is a bug, so let's check this out. And why is this never? Oh, I just realized I made a mistake here. I apologize. So we want to render this when the is loaded is equal to false, right? So that's the case, because when it's loaded, we want to show all of this data. And now the user information is being accessed, so that doesn't give us the error anymore. Great. Now let's test out to see if this is working. I'll go over here and let's see what is happening. So it's saying error, attempted to call use server from a server component, but use server or use user is on the client. So Clerk provides us with a lot of hooks that are both useful in the server or useful in the client. And the use user specifically is a client hook. So we do want to access it inside of a client component, which by default, the components in NextJS won't be. So I want to come to the top over here and say use client, and we should see that that error is gone. Now it is still giving us an error. It says invalid as source prop. And this is a common error as well that a lot of people might deal with, because when you insert images like the one that come externally from Clerk, we do want to authorize the hostname image.clerk.com as one of the authorized host names in our Next.js app. So let's go to our next config.ts. So this file over here. And inside of this object, let's add an images property, and then we'll add remote patterns, and we want to define an array here. And the remote pattern that we want to define first has a protocol of HTTPS, which is Clerk, and then no port. So we'll put an empty string. Then we'll say that the path name can be anything. So we'll put a slash and then 2 asterisks. And then finally, we'll pass in the host name, which is going to be the one that Clerk provided. Now we should finally be seeing the image being displayed in our navbar. It's gonna maybe take a bit to load, but as you can see, my profile picture, at least for my GitHub account, is showing up over here. And if you're signed in with Google or with any other account that has one, it should be showing up as well. Now, let's go over here to our navbar and let's add the final thing that we want to add whenever the user is signed in, which is the sign out button, right? We definitely want one so that we can actually log out of our account. And the way we do this is by importing a component from Clerk, which is the sign out button. It's as simple as that. We go down here and we can call the sign out button. We can put some sort of button inside of it, an actual button if we want to. I'm going to do that and just write sign out. And we don't have to put any on clicks over here because it's wrapped around, it's inside of this wrapped sign out button component. It will handle that for us as well. So let's test that out. I am signed in, as you can see, it is loading my profile picture and all of that. When I click sign out, we should not see that anymore. Now, if I go to the sign up page, we should see this. If I click on GitHub, we should automatically sign in. And now we should see all of that information again. So you can see a lot of really hardcore stuff has already been basically done super easily and quickly because of Clerk. So now I think it's a good time for us to just make this look a little bit better, because like, come on, everything is like sorted like vertically and everything is to the side. We definitely want to make this look like an actual website. So I'm going to come to our code over here and I'm going to add all of the TailwindCSS class names that I had in the beginning of this project. And if you guys want to just copy and paste it, feel free to do so as well. Okay, I just pasted it. You can take a look. I'll move slowly if you want to, but I added a bunch of different class names to add the styling for us. And you can see that this is what appeared out of it. We have a very simple navbar with the logo to the left, the links to the right, and the sign out button on the top right. Now let's create the navbar whenever we are signed out, right? Because we have this for when we're signed in, but what do we want to see when we're signed out? I'm going to click on sign out over here, and we definitely want to see a link to be able to sign up, right? Because I'm having to manually put the URL on the top. So let's check that out. Let's go to the signed out wrapped component, and inside of here, let's put a couple links. The first one is going to be a link to the homepage, which obviously we can just go by clicking on the logo, but for accessibility reasons and for just in general, you want to make it easier for people to understand, and some people won't just realize that you can click the logo. Then let's add a link to the subscribe page, right? Because in case you're signed out, you might want to subscribe to the service, right? You want to see the pricing and so on. So you might want to create this page, and I'll put over here the subscribe link. And below this, I want to add another one, which is going to be to the sign up page. So sign up, or just sign up like this, and we'll change this to sign up. Great. Now let's check this out. If I go to Google Chrome, it should check this out. It sees that I'm not logged in. Obviously, the text is white, so it's kind of hard to see right now, but in a second, I'll paste all the CSS. But we can indeed navigate between the different routes, and it will show them for us. But yeah, that's great. Now, one thing I want to point out is that if I want to go to the subscribe page, but I'm not signed in, then maybe it's good to sign up first. So what I want to do is I want to use this is signed in Boolean over here to add a condition to the href that is going to navigate when you click the subscribe link. So I want to say, okay, if the user signed in, then yeah, feel free to take them to the subscribe page. We already have their information, so we do want to allow them to pay for a product. But if they're not, then actually take them to the sign up instead. So we could do this in a couple different ways. We could just go to the subscribe component and just check in the beginning to see if they are signed in or not, and then redirect them. But I feel like this way is just a lot easier. We just check it inside of here, and we sneakily change their routing destination to go towards the sign up page. And you should see that that's the case. I'll try to subscribe, but instead it will take me to the sign up page. Now I'm going to paste all the remainder of the CSS inside of this piece of UI over here, and we'll back it in a second. Great. As you can see, I pasted all of the class names. I just made the text look green, and we should come here and you should see that this is how it looks. Great. I think it looks pretty good. You can see we have all of our functionality, and that's great. I just want to add one more UI to this so that it's actually centered in the screen. But to do that, we'll have to come to the sign up page. Yeah, this one over here. And we have to add a class name to this div. Now, this is the class name I want to add. It will just align everything to the center so that we can actually have this UI looking a little bit better. Now, one thing I want to point out to you guys is that whenever I sign up, right? If I click on this and I'll sign up with GitHub, it right now will take me to the homepage. But we want to set up a strategy on the flow of the user experience for our project, right? So we want to set up such that when they come to the website, they sign in, then they immediately get shown the subscribe screen so that they can choose to pay or not. And then after that, we'll redirect them to the meal plan route. So we don't want to redirect them to the homepage when they sign in. We want to redirect them to the subscribe page. So to do that, I want to come to our sign up component, and I want to pass in over here the sign in fallback redirect URL. And we'll just set the subscribe route to be that one, because then when we sign up, it'll automatically redirect to the subscribe page without us having to worry about it. So let's try that. I'll come to sign up. I'll come to this. We'll sign in, and then it should take us to, oh, it's asking me to authorize again because I think I'm just trying a bunch of times. But when it's done, it should take us to the subscribe page, which is exactly what we want. Now that we have all of that logic out of the way, I want to get something really quickly out of the way as well, which is just the homepage. Right now, it's just the boilerplate code from NextJS. But how we change that is by coming to our page.tsx, and this is where it contains our index route, so like our main page, right? And if you'll remember from the demo, the main page we had was like a whole like cluster of information, which I wrote myself with the help of AI, of course, just to come up with good like landing page titles and descriptions and so on. And I think it looks pretty cool. But this whole component is going to be pretty big, and it's not functional at all. It's just HTML and TailwindCSS. So like I said, with my tutorials, I like to focus on what's like functional and what's important for you guys to learn, which is like the Stripe integration, the Clerk authentication, the OpenAI calls, all of that. This part over here, I'm just going to copy and paste from the component I have, and I'll show it to you guys in case you guys want to just copy and paste it as well, so that we don't waste a lot of time with this. Okay, so I just pasted here all of the HTML elements and all of the CSS. If you want to copy it, this is it. I can show you guys even more, but it just has a little section with a title that says, let our AI do the planning, you focus on cooking and enjoying. It also says personalized AI meal plans, which is the point of the website. Then there's a link which is a button to the get started page, which is basically the sign up page. Then we have another section which shows how it works, and it just has a little bit of like information of how we work it. It has some SVGs. It's just in general like a really nice, cool page. And this is how it looks, right? It looks pretty good. Obviously the the backdrop is we should change it to white to match this color, but that's not in this page specifically, and we'll do it in a second. But as you can see, we have indeed made our main page. Now let's fix that UI, since it is really bothering me, because the default theme when you use create next step is just everything very dark, and I want this website to look a little bit more white and a little bit more like a light theme. So to do that, I want to come to our layout.tsx over here, and I want to add some more class names to this body element. So the first thing I want to add is I want to make the PG gray 50, just to add the same color as the background, and the text to be gray 900, and you should see that now it already looks a bit like this. Now I do want to set a specific height to this in order for it to be the main container of the content. You can see it's all mashed up in the top because of this navbar. So I'm going to come over here, and I want to wrap this children around with a div, which is going to contain the following class name. And what this will do is exactly what I said, which is containerize the children. So every single route, it will make them appear below the navbar so that we can have a really nice UI that makes sense to the user. So this is great. You can see that the UI shows everything we want, and I can just click on get started, and it's not taking us to the sign up route for some reason. Oh yeah, I'm signed out. I'm signed in. So technically this shouldn't take us to the sign in route. Now we'll deal with all of that inside of our middleware, which might be a good place for us to actually start dealing with that. So let's actually do that. I'm going to come to our code over here, and let's close all of this, and let's open up our middleware.ts file. Now, what is this middleware.ts? I kind of briefly explained it to you guys, but I didn't fully explain how important this file is. Well, this middleware file will allow us to define a function, which is going to be represented by the Clerk middleware, which will allow us to run this every single time we navigate to a specific route. So this includes API routes, this includes actual pages in our app, and we can do some checks to check to see if the user who's navigating to those routes is actually authorized to do that. And in our case, we want to specifically check a couple things. We want to check to see if the user is signed in for certain routes, obviously, but also we want to check to see if the user is subscribed to Stripe whenever we want to access the routes that require you to have paid to get in, right? Now, we obviously haven't set up Stripe yet, and we'll do that later on in the video. But for now, we can definitely start creating the groundwork for setting up our middleware with the specific routes that we already have, and with the functionality of checking if the user is signed in or not. So how do we do that? Well, with the Clerk middleware that we were basically made to use by Clerk, we can have access to a couple pieces of information about our request inside of this callback function. We'll make this callback function async, and we can get a couple things. The first thing is information related to the user's authentication status, right? Because remember, this is what Clerk is providing for us. Now, the second thing we can get is information about the request. So if we're passing anything in the request, we can access it inside of here. Now, what are a couple of interesting things we can get about the auth of the user every time we move towards a route? So the first thing we can get is we can get an object called the user auth by just setting this equal to await auth and then call it as a function. Then with this user auth object, we can actually get information like the user ID, which is going to be super useful later on. But I'll just leave it like this here so that we can at least get an idea of what we can do with this object. Now, we also need a couple of things from this request, which is different from the auth. This we can get, for example, what the current URL that the user is navigating to is, so that we can then do the check, right? Because we want to check for certain routes. Different routes have different checks that we want to implement. So we do want to get the path name and the origin of the URL. So I'm going to say const equals to rec.nextURL, and we can destructure both the path name and the origin. For now, let's just console log this information so that you guys can see. I'm going to say middleware info, and let's display this so you guys can understand how this works. I'm going to display everything from the user ID to the path name to the origin. And let's navigate between our routes. We're currently in the home route. Let's go to the meal plan route. Let's go to the home route again, and so on. You see, we just moved, right? Now you might be wondering, are we going to see this in the console log over here? Is this where we're going to see the information? Well, no, we're going to see it in our terminal that is running our app. So we can get the server information over here. We got middleware info. We got the user ID of the user who's logged in, the route for when, for like which specific route we navigated to, and we got the origin of our app, which is just the URL or the base URL of our project. So you can see we are correctly getting the information every single time we navigate different pages. We got it 3 times because we went from the home page to the meal plan page, then to the home page again. Perfect. Now, before continuing anything like any further from this, I want to create a distinguish variable that is going to allow us to define what route is public and what route isn't. So again, what is a public route for at least this project is going to be a route in which you can access without requiring authentication. So this is important because this is how we're going to distinguish routes from each other. So to do that, I'm going to create a Boolean called isPublicRoute. And we can use this create route matcher function from NextJS/server, which allows us to pass in an array of different path names for the routes that we want to be public. Now, what are the routes that we want to be public? Well, we want the home route to be public. We want the sign up route and anything after that. And we also want the subscribe route to be public. And we'll also say .*. And for now, this should be enough. Those are the routes that we want to be public. Obviously, we're going to add so many later on, but for now, these are the ones we want. Now, why did we create this public route Boolean? Because we can use this to check to see if a route is public and then redirect if they're not, right? Redirect to the sign up page if we're trying to access a route that we're not supposed to. So let's do that. Let's come down here and let's add an if statement and check if this current route is not public. Now it's asking us to pass something. When we use the create route matcher, we have to pass in the request as an argument to it, because this is public route is not technically a Boolean. It's just a function that will return a Boolean. Now, if this returns false, then we know that the user is trying to access a route that isn't public, but they might be signed in, right? So how do we know if the user signed in or not? If the user ID variable over here has a value, because if it has a value, then it means that the user is authenticated because we got this from the auth. And if it's empty, it means that they don't have a value, it means that they are not authenticated. So we can just check over here. If there's no user ID, then we want to return a next response that is going to redirect us to a new URL, which is going to be just the sign up route with the origin. That's why we need the origin to redirect us here. Now let's test this out, right? Because we only set up the public routes to be the home page, the sign up page, and the subscribe page, which by default means that the, oh, it seems to have an error. No, it's gone. It seems like the meal plan page needs authentication, right? I can access it because I am authenticated. Now let's try to sign out and let's try to go to the meal plan page. What will happen? Well, as you can see, it automatically checks that we are trying to go to a non-public route and that we're not authenticated, and it redirects us to the sign up page, which now I can go here, sign up, and try to go to the meal plan page, and it will allow me to. Now there's more checks that we want to add to the meal plan functionality, because obviously the meal plan, we also need to check to see if the user has paid for the product, but that comes later on. Now, what is another scenario in which we might want to handle? Well, remember, if I click get started, it will kind of bug, right? Because it will take us to the sign up page and then it will take us back because we're already signed in. Now we can check this out inside of our middleware over here by creating a route matcher for the sign up page. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. And I'm going to create a matcher to ask, is sign up route? So is this the current sign up route? And if it is, well, it just has this as the option inside of this array, right? To check if it is the sign up route. Then if it is, I want to do some checks. I want to check if the route is a sign up route. So is sign up route, and I'll pass the request. And the user ID is not null, so the user is signed in. Then I want to return a redirect, but I want to redirect to the meal plan page. Because if you're signed in and you are trying to go to the sign up page, maybe go to the meal plan because you're already signed up. So let's test this out. We're signed in, let's go here. And yeah, we go to the meal plan page. Great. That's another scenario that we might want to handle. And there's no other scenario, at least for now. There are going to be other scenarios that we will add to here, but for now, this is pretty much done. So at the end of our middleware, we do want to return next response.next. So if you're not familiar with the next function when you're working with middlewares, it's basically saying that it did all the necessary checks, continue with whatever request without doing anything. So this is pretty much what we wanted to, and now we can close this middleware file. Now let's check the state of our app. We have over here a home page, right? Looks pretty nice. We have a sign up page. We have a sign out page. It checks all of that. And we do have this profile page if I click on this, but it's not obviously showing anything. We do have a meal plan page, but it's not showing anything. But to continue with this project, we need to implement the next stage of that user flow that I mentioned in the beginning, which is the idea of us taking the user from signing in to actually not signing in, seeing first the landing page, right? This page over here, then going to the sign in page. Actually, let me sign out. So go to the landing page, then go to the sign in page. You sign in, and then you go to the subscribe page, which will have the functionality to subscribe through Stripe, and then go to the meal plan page. So before we deal with all the OpenAI and dealing with generating all the meal plans with the AI, we want to integrate Stripe into our project and allow users to pay for our services. Now, to do that, we do need to make one small change before we continue forward, which is right now we're managing all of our users using Clerk. Obviously, we're authenticating with them and everything is fine, but we also want to keep track of some data related to the user that Clerk won't handle. For example, when a user creates an account on our website, we want to distinguish between users who currently have their subscription active and currently don't have it active. So we want to know if a user is subscribed to Stripe or not. And obviously we're going to get that data we're going to initiate that process through Stripe, but Stripe won't keep the track of that for us. We need to keep track of that through our own way to manage our data. So what I'm going to do is I want us to create a database that is going to keep track of each of our users that create an account and any personalized data that we want to track or we want to keep that isn't related to Clerk. And On top of that, each of those users, they're going to have some sort of fields to their profile that are related to their current subscription status. Now, if you're doing this project, you can use multiple different databases. You can use any database you want. I'm personally going to be using Postgres and PostgreSQL and PostgreSQL through Neon. This is completely free, but in this video, we're going to be using them. So if you want to use Neon to generate your Postgres database, make sure to create an account. And I'm going to choose over here GitHub for mine and log in. But if you don't have an account yet, feel free to do so. And when you're done, come back in a second. Now that you've created your account, you'll probably be in this part of the dashboard over here. It's the console.neon.tech/projects. And we want to create a new project. Over here, we'll give a name for it. I'm going to call it Meal Plan Generator. And you can choose the version of SQL. I'm just going to choose the default one that currently was chosen for me. So Postgres 17. Then you can choose your cloud provider. I'm going to choose AWS because I prefer AWS over Azure. And you can choose wherever you want to host your database. I'm personally in Vancouver, as some of you might know. So I'm going to choose AWS US West. Then we want to choose the compute size. I'm going to leave it as it is. And I'm going to click on Create Project. When I create, you can see that we can connect our database in a bunch of different ways. Right now, we're going to just utilize an ORM to create the schemas for our database inside of our code and then connect it to this publicly available database link that we have. Now, don't use this specific link that I'm using for your project because this will link to my database and this will again be deleted when this video is live. Use the one that you have because it includes the password for your database access. So you definitely don't want to share that with anyone. Perfect. Now let's open up over here our code and let's install the packages that we want to use. In our case, we want to install two packages. The first one is going to be the Prisma package, and we're going to make that a dev dependency. Now, that's just going to install Prisma as a whole for us, but we need to install the client library that is going to allow us to generate types and all of that kind of fun stuff for us. So we're going to run npm install at prisma/client. Now we're going to run the following CLI command. So I'm going to run npx prisma init. And what this will do is it will create a couple files for us. Now, what files did it create? Well, first of all, it created a .env file that contains this database URL, which obviously this isn't a real database URL right now. It's just random information, but we want to replace this database URL with the one that we have on Neon. Then we want to put this over here and we should be good to go. Now, the other thing that it added is this Prisma folder. And inside of it, there's a schema.prisma file. Now, if you don't know what an ORM is or what Prisma is, it will basically facilitate us making database operations to our database. Now, if you're familiar with MongoDB, for example, Mongoose is an ORM that allows you to more easily operate with the MongoDB database. There's a bunch of SQL-like ORMs out there, and my personal favorite is Prisma. I have videos on probably 5 different ORMs that I've tried in the past with SQL databases, and I definitely think Prisma is the best one. Now, right now, we have a couple things in this Prisma file. We have, first of all, a client, and this is just telling us, it comes by default, saying how to generate all of the types like I mentioned, and we don't really want to touch this. And then we have a DB data source type, which is basically telling us what kind of provider, what kind of database provider we want to have a project be hosting on, which is Postgres. And then we're inserting the URL for our database, which is getting from our .env file. Now, we do want to create a table for this database. And there's different ways for us to make that. We could come over here and create manually a table in the Neon public interface, but I want to do that with Prisma. Inside of here, I want to create a model and give it a name. In our case, let's call it, we can call it user. I'm gonna more specifically call it profile because we already have a way to manage our user data with Clerk. For us here, we just wanna make kind of like a profile of this person that contains some of the Clerk data and some of the data that we get from Stripe. So what is this profile gonna contain? Well, obviously it's gonna contain an ID, which is gonna have a type of string, and we can specify that it's an ID in Prisma and also set a default value, which Prisma allows us to give it, which will auto-generate using UUID. Then we want to actually link this to an actual user. So we're going to put in a field that will keep track of the Clerk user ID, which again is going to be a string and it's going to be unique. Now, with Clerk, we can also get the email, which is going to be a string. And now this is where we might want to get some information about Stripe. So what information do we want related to Stripe? Well, first of all, we want to know if this user is currently subscribing or not. So if it's active or not. So let's make a subscription active Boolean that by default is going to be false, right? Because when you create your account, you don't want to automatically be true, right? You want to have to subscribe first. Then we're going to make this subscription process allow a user to subscribe either weekly, monthly, or yearly, right? And we'll make the pricing structure change depending on each option, obviously, because when you're building a SaaS, you definitely want to play around with the prices and give them good offers so that you can actually increase your monthly recurrent revenue and reduce the amount of churn. So what I want to do here is I want to keep track of the subscription tier for this user. So this will probably be a string and it will be optional. Now this is gonna, again, say weekly, monthly, or yearly as the option. Then I want to come over here and I want to keep track of also the Stripe subscription ID. Wait, I'm writing subscription wrong, sorry. This is going to come from Stripe and we haven't gotten there yet, but it's going to be a unique value that is going to be used to identify whenever a user is paying for a subscription, and we want to use that in order to validate that subscription with Stripe. Now, the last two things I want to do is I want to keep track of when this profile was created and when it was last updated. Now, we want to keep track of the creation date, obviously, to know how long a user has just existed in our website. And I'll put a default value to now, which will basically set this equal to whenever this data is created. But also, I want to keep track of the updated state because remember, anything inside of this profile model will be related to their subscription, right? So if we, for some reason, want to keep track of when a user subscribes and how long that has been, we can do that because we're keeping track of the updated time. And we can easily set that without us even needing to deal with this by just using the updated at tag, and that will do it automatically for us. Perfect. Now this is how our database table is going to look like. Now, how do we make this actually migrate, and how do we actually push this to our Neon database? Well, I'm gonna run two commands. The first one is npx prisma migrate dev -- name and then init. And you'll see that this will start loading the environment variable from our .env file. And when it's done, we should see that it migrated our Prisma information. It also generated our Prisma client. That's important, and I'll talk about it in a second. But if we go to our Google Chrome over here and I refresh our Neon console, we should see that not only we have a table with all the migrations we did to our database, meaning all of the times we changed our database in any way, but also we have a profile table that has all of the columns that we specifically wanted to, right? So this is great. Now, how do we successfully add the data to that table whenever we create a user? Because remember, the user is being created and handled all throughout the signup component that is made by Clerk. So how do we do this? So to do that, I'm gonna do a kind of like a hacky thing over here. I wanna create a route in our API folder that we can call whenever we want to create a profile. Let's call it, let me actually make a folder. Let's call it create profile. And this will be the first API route we're going to have in our project. And there's going to be a lot of other ones as well. Now inside of here, we'll make a route.ts file that is going to serve as the file that is going to serve this endpoint. Now we're going to make this into a async function that is going to be a post request. And inside of here, we want to basically follow the following guide. We want to get the information of the current signed in user. So the current user from Clerk. And we can do that by just basically saying const Clerk user is equal to await current user. Now we haven't used this current user function, I believe. This is something that I believe is only available in the server. So that's why we're using it over here. So I'm gonna turn this into Clerk user with capital and camel case. And what we want is to grab this information from the current user. And then through this information, we can get a couple things. For example, we can get the email of the user, which is equal to the Clerk user dot email addresses. And then this can be more than one. So we'll just get the first one and we'll access email address. And this can also be false, right? Technically, if you signed in with something that doesn't have access to your email, this can be false. So let's also default it to an empty string just in case. And then below this, we want to deal with the situation in which there's also not a user that was found in Clerk, right? With the current user information. So when we get Clerk user, if you haven't signed in yet, then this will be null. So we won't be needing, actually, I should put this before this. Let's put a check over here and say, if not Clerk user, then we don't even want to continue forward with this request because we just want to return a next response that is going to return a JSON. And this JSON will contain an error message saying user not found in Clerk. We can also put a status over here. I'll put a status of actually the status is not in the same object. The status needs to be over here. And we'll put a status of 404. Perfect. Now after this, then we definitely know that the Clerk user is not null. So we can remove that question mark. And to be honest, I'm looking back over here. Let's look at our table. I think we definitely want their email because I'm thinking about it right now. When we subscribe to Stripe, we do have to put an email for stuff like a confirmation and all that kind of stuff, right? So actually, let me go back and remove this check because if this is null, then we want to actually just return back and not continue forward. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm just going to paste it here. But instead, we're going to check to see if email is null. And if it is null, then we want to return user does not have an email address. And we'll make this a 400 instead of a 404. Perfect. Now, through this flow, when we want to create a user, what is the first thing we want to check? Well, we want to check to see if the user has already been created. So let's use Prisma to check to see if there's already a row in this table with the current user in it. Now, the way we do that is by using one of the pre-made functions from Prisma, and we'll create a variable here called existing profile, and we'll set it equal to await prisma.profile.findUnique. Now, you might have noticed that this doesn't work. It's giving us red squiggly line and it auto-defaulted to a capital P. This is because we haven't technically initialized our Prisma client. Now, to do this in Next.js, there's some code that the Prisma library there's a way that the Prisma library personally recommended for us. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder here and I'm going to call it lib. And this is going to contain some stuff that is going to be useful, some helper functions that are going to be extremely useful throughout our app, including the Prisma client instance. So let's create a prisma.ts file. And I'm just going to copy and paste here some code that I got from the Prisma documentation. This is going to help us just keep our standards with our type definitions and TypeScript, everything properly. And the basis of this and what this is doing is just it's creating a variable called Prisma, and it's going to set it equal to Prisma client. Now, all of this other stuff over here, again, is just what Prisma recommends in their documentation. And in my opinion, we'll just follow it. But at the bottom, we're exporting their variable, that variable. And I'm going to just wait a second so you guys can copy it, or you can just grab this code from the repository as well. Now, when we create this and we export it, we can now import it at the top over here by saying import from @/lib/Prisma, and we can import the Prisma variable and pass it over here. Now you can see we're getting an error for find unique. And the reason for that is because when you try to find a unique item in a table, which in this case is the profile table, then we have to specify what item in that table we want to compare in order to find that unique row. So what I want to put here is that we want to find a unique row where the user ID is equal to the user ID of the Clerk user. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it over here, and I'm going to say .id. And when that's the case, then we know that the user profile already exists, and we don't actually want to continue moving forward. So I'm going to copy again this if statement over here, and we want to instead check to see if there is an existing profile. So let me delete this exclamation mark, and I'm just going to return here, not an error, I'm just going to return a message. And let's remove the status as well, no need for that. And I'm just going to say profile already exists. Perfect. Now, when we checked for that, we automatically got to a point where we are in a situation where the user exists, they're signed in, but they don't currently exist in our table. So it's basically the situation in which this is the first time the user just signed in and we're making this call. So we know for a fact this is where we want to create a row in our table for this user. So the way we do this with Prisma is I'm going to await Prisma.profile to specify the table, and then .create. And in here, we just have to pass in an object for the data property. And this object is going to contain the data that we want to add. Now, we don't have to pass an ID that is auto-generated, and we don't have to pass a created at and updated at, because if you remember, again, both of them are auto-generated. Actually, it's not here. It's in our Prisma schema. When we have a tag like this, and also like this, and also this one probably, yeah. This one also defaults, so we don't have to pass a value. So all we have to pass over here is, first of all, the user ID, which again is going to be Clerk user.id. Then the next thing we want to pass is the email, which we already have from this variable over here. Then we want subscription tier, which by default is going to be null because the user hasn't subscribed yet. And we'll also pass null for Stripe subscription ID. And to be honest, I'll also pass a value for subscription active, and we'll just default it to false, even though it will default to false anyways. Now, when this is done, we want to return a next response that is going to say that this was a success. So message is profile created successfully. And we want to definitely pass a status of 201, so we know for a fact that it was a success. Now, if you... Oh, what happened here? Did we... Oh yeah, we never closed this object. Perfect. Now, you might be wondering something. When we make this prisma.profile.create, an error might occur, right? We might pass something that doesn't actually work or something, and we're technically assuming that it worked right after it, right? So we definitely don't want to do that, because in case there's an error in the creation process, then we don't want to just return this message. Now, the way we're going to handle this is by wrapping all of this around with a try catch. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say try all of this. And at the bottom over here, we're going to catch an error. And for simplicity reasons, I'll just say any for now. And then we'll just return a next response.json. We'll say that there was an internal error. So error, internal error, and we'll pass a status of 500, because then it's definitely not an error from one of the things that we know for a fact happened. So it's an error that probably happened internally with our database or something else. So yeah, we successfully created our endpoint that is going to allow us to create our profile. But how do we call this? Like, when do we call this? Now, the hacky way of doing this is I want to create here a folder inside of our app, which is going to be the create profile route. Now, this page over here is going to exist only for a brief second after we have signed in or signed up for Clerk. Now, we're going to be redirected to this page, and in this page, we're going to make an API request to create the profile, show some sort of UI saying that it is currently being processed, and then in the end, if it's successfully created, it will redirect us to our meal plan page or whatever, or the subscribe page actually. But if it fails, it will return us back to the sign-in page. So in order to do this, let's come down here and let's export default function create profile, and then let's just at the bottom return some sort of div. Now, what UI do we want to put here? Well, what I want to put is just the processing sign-in text. And this will just show up for a brief second, like I said, but it will show up while we're making that API request. Now, how are we going to make API requests? Well, I want to be using the best tools out there for that. And if you've watched my videos in the past, you know how big of a fan I am of React Query. So we're going to be using React Query to both mutate data and fetch data from our own API. And we want to do that by installing the package. So we're going to go to our terminal and run npm install at 10stack/React Query. Now, if you've watched my video on using React Query with NextJS that I posted probably a week before this video is up, you know that in NextJS, in order to generate a query client, which is something that you definitely need for your project, you need to pass in a query client provider from React Query. You can't just do that in your layout because this is a server component and the query client is a client component. So we do need to create another component that we're going to wrap around our entire layout in order to serve our React Query application. Now, it's the same thing that exists here with the Clerk provider, but we do it for a React Query. So let's create here a React Query client provider.tsx. And inside of here, we'll just, first of all, create the client variable and say new query client from React Query. And then we'll just export this component. So export default function, and then we'll say React Query client provider. And inside of here, we need to destructure the children that we're going to get back. And this children, again, similar to when we created another wrapped component, we want to make the children have a React node type. And then we want to return this down here. And I put a dot at the end of this. And then inside of here, we'll just return the query client provider from React Query with the client that we just instantiated inside of it. And we'll just pass the children inside of it. So if you're not familiar with React Query, the most basic explanation of this is we need to wrap our entire app around with this query client provider so that we can have access to the React Query tools inside of our components. The problem is that, like I said, if we wanted to wrap our entire app and all of our routes with it, we would have to pass that provider inside of here. but we can't because it would require us to instantiate this client inside of our layout and so on. And we can't do that because this is a server component. This is a server file, right? And what we have to do, the workaround, is to make this component that we can now just call inside of here and wrap our entire app around with it. And now that same functionality will work, but we don't have to deal with that issue anymore. So that means that now we do have access to all of the different hooks and functions that React Query allows us to use. Now, the one that we want to use is the use mutation hook. So I'm going to call the use mutation hook over here so that we can make a post request, and we'll give it a type. Returning back, we're going to return back a type called API response so that we can get type definitions for this response. And since we know what we just wrote, right, we know that in our API route, basically it's only error messages, like errors, or there's one case where it's a message. Then we want to define here a type called API response, and then set it equal to what we should expect, right? We should expect a message to the string and possibly an error, which is also a string. And we'll make error be like a optional. So we'll pass that, and then over here, we do want to get back error as a type. And inside of here, we need to pass in two different things. Actually, in this case, it'll probably be three. But the first one, which is the most important, is we need to pass in a mutation function, which is going to be a function that is going to be called to actually make the API request. Now that function, we'll create it above here, and we'll say async function create profile request, because I just realized that create profile is also this. And inside of here, we're going to have to use the fetch API. So we'll create a response variable, set it equal to fetch. And we want to make a fetch request to the API/create profile route. So we'll say API/create profile. Now, we do have to specify the method of this request because it is a post request. And we do have to specify the headers, which is going to be a content type, and we'll specify that it is JSON. So application/JSON. Perfect. So below this, we want to put in below this response, when we get this response back, we want to destructure that, get the data, set it equal to response.json. And we don't want to await it. Like, I don't want to do this. I just want to await response.json. And this is weird. Why is it giving me red squiggly line? Property JSON does not exist on type promise. Did you forget to use await? I did here, but it still gives me this, which means I forgot to use await over here. I apologize for that. But yeah, we have to await both because they return promises. And then back here, we want to return the data, and we want to cast it to the API response type. Perfect. Now, we'll actually make this lowercase because this isn't a component, right? And we want to pass this as the create mutation function, because this is the function that is going to be called when there's a mutation. Then the next thing we want to deal with is both on the success case and on the error case. So if this mutation is successful, what do we do? And if this is an error, what do we do? Right now, we don't have the success case yet, but we can get the data, and we'll just console log the data. So console log the data that we get back, and we'll deal with the on error as well, which will also just console log the error when we get it back. Now, there's things that we can do both on the success and the error. And personally, I'm going to just use like toast notifications for this. I don't know if you remember from the demo, but we notify with like a success case or an error case, and that gives a good user experience. Now we can get back from this mutation two things. First, a mutate function, which is going to be the function we call when we want this mutation to happen. And second, we can get the isPending variable, which gives us a boolean on whether or not the mutation is done. Now, why do we need this? Well, we need this because I want to only mutate this function if the user information from Clerk is currently loaded, right? Because we're going to be sending that information, right? We will access this information inside of the route when we're over here. So we do want to make sure that the information is loaded. Plus, we want to make sure that the user is signed in and the data is not pending. So we only want to mutate it once, and those three conditions are being met. Now, to get the other two, we need to use the use user hook from Clerk. So I'm going to say use user. We're going to import it from Clerk. And I want to get, again, both if the information is loaded and also if the user is signed in. Now, below here, we want to put a use effect. And this use effect is going to be running in case one of the following two variables or states change values. The first one is if the value of is loaded changed, or if the value of is signed in changed. Then inside of here, I want to check to see is the information loaded and is the user signed in. Then we want to mutate. But this would give us an error because it would still be true while it's mutating, and then it would just keep mutating multiple times. So we do want to also put a check here to see if the data is not pending. Great. So what this means is when the user signs in, which by the way, to redirect to this profile, we need to go to our signup page over here and change this to the create profile page instead of the other one. And what this will do is it's going to allow us to go to the signup page, sign up with our account. It's going to redirect us back to this create profile page. And in here, it's going to make this API call when these conditions are met. And it's going to show this UI for a brief second. And when it's finished, we want to deal with a success case. Now, again, what is a success case in this scenario? Well, the success case is we actually get redirected to the subscribe page, right? Because that means we actually created the table, the row in our table, and we have everything done. Now let's make them pay for the product. So what I want to do here is I want to import from, I believe, Next Navigation. It's Next Navigation. And I want to import the use router hook. And down here, we want to destructure this hook and say router is equal to use router. And this will allow us to redirect to a page when something happens. So in this case, it will be over here on the onSuccess. We want to say router.push, and we want to go to the subscribe route. And this will allow us to just redirect when something happens. Now, let's test this out. Let's see if this is working. I'm going to go to Google Chrome. Let's see if there's any errors. Error, only plain objects and a few built-ins can be passed to a client component from a server component. So let's go back to, this is an error scenario. So my guess is there's an issue with our layout. So let's check this out. Let's click on this. Oh yeah, I already know what the issue is. Yeah, I forgot in this case. Good points for you if you remember this. The whole point of making this component instead of just calling it on the layout component is because we need to call use client in order to turn this into a client component. You should see now that if we go back, we don't have that error anymore. So let's go back to the main page. It is turning into a black screen, which is a sign. Let's check it out. In HTML white space, nodes. I like to leave these scenes, by the way, of me debugging so that in case you guys run into the same issues, you can actually learn how to debug it as well. So it seems like it's an error with our layout again, and it's probably an error with this being above the HTML tag. So I'm going to put it below the HTML tag So it's going to wrap all of our components, but it's not going to wrap the HTML, neither the body tags. And then let's check to see if this works. And yeah, it works. So let's test out what we just built. Let's go to our table over here. You should see there's nothing here, right? No items on this table. Now, what happens if I sign out? I sign up again. Let's see what happens. It should take us to the create profile page for a brief second. And then, oh yeah, we made a mistake again, which is we didn't call the use client on the create profile. Again, sorry about that. Let's come up here and say use client. And let's go back. Okay, for a second you saw processing sign in and we got redirected to the subscribe page. Now we didn't really see anything. Let me see if I can, did I console log anything? We got a 500, but then we got a 200 from our create profile. I think this worked. I think we created the user successfully and we can only check it by coming to our table and seeing if the user information is here, which of course it is. It has over here our user ID, the ID of the user, the email, if the user is currently subscribed, and the other information is accurate as well. So that's pretty good. Let's see what happens when I try to sign in again using the same account. It should give us, yeah, okay. It works, it just redirected us again. Let's see the error here. Nothing appeared. Great. So we are successfully keeping that information over here. There shouldn't be two users because it had that check in the beginning. And yeah, we successfully created this functionality. Now we can officially start working with the actual subscribe page. Now, what do we do for this page? Well, let's go to our Visual Studio Code. I'll open up here the subscribe page, which currently just has this text. And let's at least build the UI, you know, that whole like page with like 3 different options of prices. It looks really nice. I think this is probably the most important UI page that you're going to have in your project because it's what's going to entice people to purchase your service. So we definitely want to make it look good. So I already have the UI. Like I said, you saw that in the beginning of the video. And this is how we're going to build it. I'm going to add another div over here. And this div is going to contain a title for the pricing. So I'm just going to say pricing. And then right next to it, we're going to add a p tag that's just going to say something like get started on our weekly plan or upgrade to monthly or yearly when you're ready. Then below this, I'm going to add another div, and this is where it's going to contain our cards with like the different plans. Now, there's going to be 3 different plans, and each of them are going to contain information about them that it's going to be super useful for Stripe. So what I want to do is I want to create an array to hold the information about the different plans that we want to have in our app, right? So that we can then easily change, for example, the prices, change information about it, and so on. So to do that, I'm going to come to our lib folder, and I'm going to create a plans.ts file. Inside of here, we want to define how this array is going to look like. So the first thing is I want to export an interface called plan. And this interface is going to contain information about the plan, right? And the first piece of information is the name of the plan. So if it's like weekly, monthly, or yearly, then we want to get the amount, which is going to be the price. Then we want the currency, which we'll also pass it as a string. Then we want the interval. Now, this is where I think you might get confused. I want to have 2 different we want to have name, which is going to be what's going to be displayed in the UI. And we also want to have interval, which is going to be actually the same thing, but in lowercase letters. The reason why I'm doing this is because this is going to be matching whatever is on Stripe. And this is going to be just whatever name we want to display in those cards in the UI. So it's just a way for us to distinguish both of them. And then we want to add is popular Boolean. And you might be questioning why do we want to add this? Well, we'll choose one of the plans to be popular, to show a little piece of information saying that this is the popular plan. It's just a good way for us to convince someone to purchase a specific plan, which will probably be the monthly plan because it's the more in between both of the other options. Then I want to put a description for the plan, which is going to be a string, and we'll add some features that might be cool in this specific plan. And that's going to be an array because it might have multiple of them. Then let's create the actual list of available plans. Now, this is going to be of type plan, and it's going to be an array. And the first plan that we want to add is the weekly plan. Now, remember, the name field is going to be what text appears on the website. So I'm going to make it look good, like weekly plan. Then the amount, you can give it whatever you want. I am going to put it at $9.99. I think it's worth it. It's not really worth it because it's weekly, right? So it's not really, I don't think you should pay that. Oh, also, I'm going to set this equal to this so it stops giving us errors. But it's just to entice people to get the monthly plan. Then let's pass a currency. I'm going to charge everything in USD. The interval, let's call it week because, and the monthly one will be month and the yearly one will be year because this is what we're going to get from Stripe. Then description, I want to put something like, great if you want to try the service before committing longer, right? Something to tell them that this is a good value. And then features, we want to put what features we can get from this plan. I'm going to say for the first one, unlimited AI meal plans, then AI nutrition insights, and then probably like cancel anytime or some, I don't know, buzzword that you want to put in your website. Then let's copy this, paste it 2 more times, right? And we'll make the monthly and the yearly plan. I have already made them. I don't want to waste time just typing each of them specifically. I went over the weekly. So I'm just going to copy and paste what I have for those 2 other plans, and I'll be back in a second. Perfect. As you can see, I made the monthly plan, set a price of $40, and specifically I set the is popular on the monthly plan to true so that this is the one that is distinguished, like I mentioned to you guys. And I didn't really put any other features on that is different on either of the monthly or the yearly plans. But if you want to make that happen for you, you can do that, and it will work it as well. So now we have made all of the plans. Let's save this and let's go to our subscribe page. Now, inside of this div over here, we want to loop through the available plans array. We're going to map through it. And for each plan, we want to grab the plan and the key. Then we're going to return a div, which first of all, it's going to have the key as a property passed to it. Then inside of this div, we're going to have another div, which will first display if this specific plan is popular or not. So it's going to have that little card saying that it is popular or the most popular. So I'm going to say plan.isPopular, and if this is true, then I'll show a p tag and I'll say most popular. Then below this div, I want to, or should I make it inside of it? Yeah, I'll make it inside of this div, but below the is popular. And I want to put an h3 tag that is going to say the name of the plan. So plan.name. Then below this, let's also display a p tag, which is going to show the amount and the interval. So this is going to look a little bit different. We're going to pass a span here because we don't want to make any UI changes to this, but we want to display the amount or the price of this by saying plan.amount. And we'll use another span right next to it, which is just for UI purposes again. And we'll add a slash and we'll say plan.interval. Now I do not want to put space in between this and just keep it like this. Then after this p tag, we want to put the description of the plan. So I'm going to say plan.description. And what else do we need? Oh yeah, we need the features, right? So I'm gonna make an unordered list here. And in this list, we wanna loop through the plan.features, not description, the features.map, and we'll map through each of them. We'll grab each feature and their key. And what I'm gonna return here is a list item that is going to contain the key. And I have like you can style this however you want, but I specifically have an SVG from w3.org that I actually want to paste it inside of here so that we can have some sort of like a check mark. And below this, I'll add a span that will say the name of the feature. So we'll just say feature. Perfect. Then below all of this and below this div over here, so right across probably, yeah, below the last div before the closing of this loop, we want to add a button, which is going to be the one where we click to choose this specific plan. And in this button, I want to show the text subscribe, and I'll put the name of the plan. So plan.name. Perfect. Let's check this out. This is how it looks like right now. Obviously, no styling. But don't worry, I'm gonna paste the TailwindCSS right now and it will look amazing. Awesome. As you can see, this is how it looks like after we add the TailwindCSS code. Now, I just realized there's an error here, so I should delete that. Yeah, I don't know why this is here, but this is looking pretty good. We have the yearly plan, the monthly plan. We show all of the information according to our array. And I just like this UI, and I think it's the one that would entice me to pay the most. Now, one thing I also did, which you guys probably didn't see, is I used some conditional rendering to show the button for the monthly plan as something more solid. So how I did that is on the class name for the button, I basically just asked to see if it's the monthly plan, and if it is, I set a specific color with Tailwind, and if it's not, I set another color. So this is the idea of our UI here. Again, you can just copy and paste if you want to, but I'll stop talking about it to continue focusing on the functionality. Now, we want to set up our Stripe account. Now, if you don't have a Stripe account, you need to go to dashboard.stripe.com/login, and you will create an account by clicking on the create account button. Now, I already have an account, so I'm just going to sign into mine and be back in a second when that's done. Now, when you sign in, you'll be able to go to the dashboard part of Stripe, and you want to click on this button and create a new account. Now, if this already shows up for you automatically, then you don't need to do that. But all you want to do is create a new account, which is going to hold your project for you. So I'm going to give it a name. Let's call it Meal Plan Generator. I'm going to choose the Canada as a country of operation, but you can choose whatever country you're in. And I'm going to click Create. As you can see, this is what we have here. This is the Stripe dashboard. And one of the most important parts of it is the publishable key and the secret key. These two are the ones that we're going to be using in order to connect our project to this Stripe account. Now, also, I want to turn on test mode. And the reason why I want to turn on test mode is because to test everything and to use test data, we have to do this. If we actually want to accept payments, we need to complete a whole business profile, which you don't actually have to have a business to create yours. But it's something that I won't deal in this video. We're just going to use the test mode for Stripe because turning it off is actually pretty simple, and you guys will see it in the end. So now we want to connect our project to Stripe. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing I want is the secret key. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to come back to our Visual Studio Code. Now I'm going to close all of this so that we have like a clean slate. And I want to open up our .env.local file. Inside of here, I'm going to add another variable. This one, let's call it Stripe _ secret _ key. We'll set it equal to the value that we get back in our dashboard. Then we want to open up our terminal, and we want to install by running npm install Stripe. And this is the Stripe package that we're going to be using in the project. Then we'll come over here and we'll go to our Actually, let's go to the lib folder and let's create a file called stripe.ts. This is where we're going to instantiate a new instance of our Stripe application. So I'm going to import Stripe from Stripe. And below here, we're going to export a constant. We'll call it Stripe and we'll set it equal to a new Stripe instance. Inside of here, we'll just import the Stripe secret key from our .env file, and this is saying that it might be undefined, so I'll just make sure it isn't undefined because we did pass that value. Again, this is needless to say, but don't use the same secret key as me because I'm going to delete this project right after the video. Now we can use this throughout our application to access information related to our project. So let's go up here and we'll open our API folder, and I want to create another API endpoint that we're going to be calling. This one is going to be called checkout, because when we click on the, and let me go here, when we click on one of these buttons, we want to make a call to Stripe to check out this specific plan. Now to do that, we'll create a route.ts file inside of here, and we'll just generate over here the post request that we're going to be calling. So we'll make a post, this specific endpoint, we will need to access the request. So we'll get back the next request as type over here. And inside of here, we'll deal with all of the things that we'll have to do. But before we do all of that, we have to create our product inside of our Stripe account. So if I go over here to the product catalog, you can see we have no products in our project. So I want to click on add a product. We'll have to give a name for it. It's the name of the service. So we'll call meal plan or AI meal plan generator. And then we do need to give a description for it. It will appear in the checkout and in the customer portal. So you do want to make sure that this sounds good. So we'll say in-depth meal plan generation and nutritional AI analysis. To be honest, this is just like a word salad. It doesn't mean anything. You can put a picture for the product if you want to, but that should be good. We won't do that. Now, this can be a one-off or a recurring type of service. So in our case over here, we do want to have recurrent revenue. This is a subscription. So we do want to choose the recurring option. We want to change this to USD and put an amount as $9.99. Now, this is the weekly plan, but we can add more pricing options. Thing is, we can add another price, but we'll do that after we create the product. We can then add more prices. We'll just add the weekly one first, and we'll click next. Now you see that this is a kind of like a review of our product, but it allows us to add more prices if we want to. So we'll add another price. We'll choose again USD. This time it will be $3.99, because if you remember, that's the price we put for monthly. It will be billed as monthly, and we'll click next. Now you should see that we have two prices. And finally, we'll add the last one, again USD. And I think I made it to 299.99. I don't remember. Let me check. Yeah, I think that's it. To be honest, I don't know if this prices make sense, but definitely like do something to like measure what prices make sense in your project. I wouldn't pay $300 for for an AI generation of like meal plan information, right? Especially because I'm showing you guys how to build this for free. But I rest my case that if this is just an idea, if you guys want to use this structure to build other projects, some of them might be worth $300 a year. But yeah, that's basically it. We can now just click add product, and we have successfully created our product here. Now I'm going to click on this, and when we click on a specific price, like the week one, you should see that somewhere in here, yeah, over here in events, we see that this price was created, and there's a little unique ID over here for this price. We want to keep track of this. This is going to allow us to connect whenever a user wants to purchase this specific price. And I want to keep all of the different price IDs somewhere in my project. So I'm going to open this up over here, and let's go to the .env.local file. And below this, I want to create the Stripe price weekly. We'll set it equal to this price ID that I just copied. Then we're going to copy this 2 more times. We'll change this to monthly and this one to yearly. And we will have to copy the price IDs for the monthly one. So I'll just copy this. And then we'll do the same thing for the yearly one. So let's go over here. And where's the yearly? It's here. And we'll just copy it. Perfect. Now, let's come over here, paste this. We want to create a function that is going to map the, like if I go in the plans, right? If I go to, where did I do that? In the plans.ts. I want to make a function in here that is going to map a specific plan to a price ID based on its interval. So the way I'm going to do that is down here, let's export a constant. This isn't caps lock, but it shouldn't be. So export constant get price ID from type. And we want to set this equal to a function that what it's going to do is it's going to check for the price IDs or the specific plan types. So either year, month, or week. And then it's going to use that to return the correct price ID from the .env file. So to do that, I actually want to make a price ID map. So price ID map. And this, I'm going to set the type equal to record. And it's going to be a map of a string to another string. And inside of here, we want to set 3 types. Week, because that's the interval. And when we access the plan of type week, we want to get the price ID called stripe underscore price weekly. And then we'll do the exact same thing 2 more times. But this one will be month, this one will be year, and then this will be monthly, and this will be yearly. Perfect. Also, this is giving red squiggly lines because this process.env call could be null, but we know for a fact it isn't because we already set the environment variable, so we know there's a value there. So we'll just put an exclamation mark in the end to kind of like force it. Then this get price ID from type, it will need to get from the arguments a type, so a plan type, and that's a string. And what it's going to return is just a price ID map, and we'll just get the specific price with the plan type. Now, why are we doing this? Well, because we're going to use this function in our route that we're going to create over here. So let's start building this post request. What we want to do to this is we want to, whenever the user clicks that button, right, to choose a specific plan they want to subscribe to, we will send in the body of the request 3 different things. The first thing is we're going to send the plan type. Then we're also going to send the user ID. And third, we're going to send the email. So we're going to set this equal to await request.json to get that information. Now, we could indeed get the user ID and the email from Clerk, but it's going to be easier for us to just pass it from the body because we're going to already have that data, I believe, in the subscribe page. Then, inside of here, we want to check, okay, if we don't get back the plan type, or we don't get back the user ID, or we don't get back the email, if that's the scenario, then let's return next response.json, and we'll give an error over here. It's going to be plan type, user ID, and email are required. Just to say that we probably need, like, something is missing. Then we'll also give a status of 400 here. Then, if that's not the case, right, if we do get that information from the body, we can now initiate or at least start the process of building our checkout. So let's deal with the different types of allowed plans. So I'm going to create a variable here called allowed plan types, just to distinguish them. And the way they look like is week, month, and year. And what we can do now is check to see if the plen type that we passed in a JSON is part of the allowed types. Now, all of this is just to prevent us from giving bad information to Stripe, right? Of course, intuitively, we know for a fact that we're only going to pass correct information, but we do want to gate this to prevent this kind of scenarios from happening. So I want to check, does the list of allowed plen types include the plen type that we're passing in the request? Because if it doesn't, so we put an exclamation mark here to negate this, then we want to return an error again, meaning we passed the wrong type. And we'll say something like invalid plen type. Perfect. Now, we need to get the price ID from the subscription that the user tried to subscribe to. Now, again, we can use this get price ID from type to access that. So I'm going to say price ID is equal to get price ID from type. That's going to automatically import. And then I can just pass the plen type over here. Then let's check to see if there isn't a price ID, if this returned null. Because if it is, then let's again fail the request. And we'll say invalid price ID or something. Then finally, we can actually start the checkout with Stripe. Now, to do that, we need to import the Stripe variable we created. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to import from @/lib/Stripe, and I want to import the Stripe instance. And down here, I want to initiate a Stripe session. So I'm going to set it equal to await stripe.checkout.sessions.create. What this will do is it will create a session and we can pass information for the checkout session that we want to initiate. So what kind of information do we want to pass? Well, we can, for example, pass the different payment methods. So payment methods types. There's multiple that you can pass, but for simplicity reasons, I'm just gonna accept card here. But as you can see, it has a bunch of different ones, including ones that are specific for certain countries. Like I'm Brazilian, and I know Boleto is only for Brazil. And there's different options you can choose. Again, I'm just gonna choose card. Then down here, we're gonna pass line items. And this will allow us to specify what are we purchasing. Specifically, we're only purchasing one product, which will have the price equal to the price ID that we got from the plen type. Then we need to specify what quantity of this product we are purchasing, or this checkout is purchasing. And obviously, we're purchasing it once. Then below the line item, we want to pass the customer email. And we have that because of Clerk, and we have that because of the email field that we passed on the body of this request. Then below this, we want to choose the mode, which in this case is going to be subscription. Then we can pass metadata. Now, metadata is just data that we can then, whenever we're checking this session that was created when this user checked out, we can pass information that will allow us to access this information. So if you're not familiar with webhooks, webhooks are going to allow us to run code every time a certain event is emitted by Stripe. And this exists with other services as well. There are webhooks with Clerk if you want to emit events when a user is created or so on. And it's actually a way of how we could have done the whole logic of the create profile. We could have used webhooks for that. But in this case, we're definitely going to use, because we do need to keep track of when sessions, like when a subscription is deactivated and so on. Whenever we do that, we want to have access to the Clerk user ID to also update that information on our database. So we can pass some metadata that is going to be accessible when we have that part of the project, when we get to that part. And you guys will understand this more when we get there, but we can pass information that is going to be useful later. So what metadata can we pass in each session? Well, I want to pass the Clerk user ID. And for that, I'll just pass the user ID. And I also want to pass the plen type. Now, after this, we will need to pass a success URL and a cancel URL. Now, obviously, both of them have different purposes. The success URL is where do you go after you successfully checked out? And we can specify where we want to go. The cancel one is just where do you want to go after you fail or the user decides to cancel their checkout session. Because when you click checkout with Stripe, it's going to redirect you to a page where you can actually check out, right? Now, this URL is going to be a full URL. So we do want to actually come to our .env.local, and we want to create a new item here, which is going to be the next public, so we can access it publicly, base URL. And this is just the URL for our website. And obviously you can change this when you deploy, but we'll set it to localhost 3000 and we'll access this over here. So we'll say open and close curly braces to insert an environment variable. We'll say process.env. And then we'll put public base URL. So that is the localhost 3000. And then for the success URL, we want to get back the session ID. So we're going to put a question mark. Session ID is equal to the checkout session. Actually, this needs to be capitalized. Checkout session ID. Perfect. Now I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it over here. But let's remove this, and for the cancel URL, we can choose whatever. This is actually this is what's given to us by Stripe. I didn't choose to make the success URL be this. But the cancel URL, I want to just go back to the subscribe page so that we can try to get them to subscribe again or something. But when this is done, we want to return a next response .json, which is just going to be the URL of our session. So session.url. Now, again, similar to the create profile route, you might be wondering, what if there's some issue here, right? What if there's an error in this process? Well, we need to handle it. So let's wrap all of this around with a try catch. So I'm going to come up here. I'm going to try all of this. And I'm going to catch any errors. And we'll also call it any. And then down here, I'm going to just return a next response .json. And we'll pass in an error, which is going to be probably like internal server error. We don't want to actually pass in the error here because we don't know what it might be, and it might give information about our API to people who we don't want to know that. So let's just put a generic error message, and then we'll pass a status. Perfect. Then we have to call this API endpoint in our subscribe page. So let's go to the subscribe page. Let's open it up. And similar to our other page, we do want to use React query to be able to make this request. So we're going to be calling the mutation hook. So I'm going to say const, then I'm going to destructure this, and then set this equal to use mutation. Then inside of here, we're going to have to pass the mutation function and all of the other cases, but we also have to pass a type inside of here. So let's create that type. Let's come up here. Let's say type subscribe response. And I believe the response, when it's a success case, if you remember, it will return back the URL from the session. So let's define this as URL and then string. But if it's an error, let's create another type here called subscribe error. Then it will just be an error message with a string. So what we can do is we can just pass the subscribe response and also pass in the error type over here. Not the subscribe error. We'll handle with that in a second. Then inside of here, we want to pass in a mutation function. Now this mutation function is going to be one that we're going to create up here above this. Let's create it. Let's call it async function subscribe to plan. And this function is going to take in three things as arguments to them. The first thing is going to be the plen type, which is going to be a string. The second one is the user ID, which is going to be a string as well. And the last one is an email, which again is going to be a string. Now, the reason why we're passing them as arguments is because in this mutation function over here, this is inside of the component, this is outside, so we don't have access to the clerk information, but we do have access to it inside of here. Now we're going to do it a bit different. We're not just going to pass the subscribe plan inside of here. We're actually going to call it inside of a callback function that we're going to create. Now inside of this function, we will accept the plen type as an argument to it. And you'll see what this means when we call it, but we'll accept the plen type. And you'll see we get some error lines because we do have to specify in the use mutation type definition here that the mutation function will take in an argument of plen type, and the type of that is string. And then inside of here, we want to first check to see if the user ID is null, meaning that the user is not signed in. To do that, you might already be familiar with it. We need to use the useUser hook from Clerk. Then this is going to give us back the user object, which means below this, I can create a user ID variable, which is equal to user.id. And we can make an email variable, which is equal to user.email addresses. Then if you remember, it might be more than one, so we'll get the first one and we'll say email address. And then we want to also, let's default this to a string. Then inside of here, let's check to see if not user ID, then let's just throw a new error, which is user not signed in. If that's not the case, then we want to return the subscribe to plan function that we created up here, but we haven't built it. And when we call that function, we'll pass in the three values. First, the plen type, then the user ID, and then the email. And we should see that it seems to be giving us an error. And I think the error is because we do need to put a return type over here to the subscribe to plan. So let's do that. Let's say this returns a promise with a subscribe response. And yeah, that should fix that error. Now we need to build that actual promise that is going to be returned from this. Now to do that, we're going to use the fetch API. So I'm going to say response is equal to await fetch, and we're going to fetch the API/checkout route. Now, again, this is going to have a method of post. It's going to have some headers, which will be content type, and the value will be application/JSON. Then the body of this is going to be JSON.stringify, because we do want to stringify this object to be able to pass it as part of the body. And we'll pass in the plen type, the user ID, and the email. Because if you remember, in our route, we are assuming that we're passing those three things in the body. Then, when we're done with that, we want to check to see if the response was not okay. So if the response.okay is false, then we know there was an error. So I'll create an error data object and I'll cast the subscribe error type to it and set it equal to await response.json, so we can get back that error message, and we'll throw that new error with that error message. But if that's not the case, if it's some error that we're not familiar with, then we'll just default it to something went wrong. Perfect. Now below this, this is the scenario in which the response is okay, so the request was fine. Then we know that data that we're going to get back from the response.json is going to look a little bit more like the subscribe response instead of the subscribe error. So I'm going to create data cast it to the subscribe response, and I'm going to set it equal to await response.json. Then at the bottom, I'll return this data. And then you see we have no error messages anymore, and this should be correctly mutating the data. Now, this is going to return back two things that we want. One is the mutate function that we can call when we want the mutation to happen. And the second one is the isPending, which is going to tell us when we are in the middle of the mutation happening, right? So if the information is pending. So what I want to do first is let's use this mutate, go to the button over here at the bottom, and let's give it an onClick. And the onClick is going to call mutate function. But to be honest, I actually want to make an onClick function that is separate of this one, because I want to deal with other scenarios as well. Like I want to add more logic to this. For example, let's come up here. I'm going to create the handle subscribe function. And let's call that instead, because I want to add more logic than it would fit inside of this this inline function. Now we do want to accept the plan type as an argument to this function, and we can because we're inside of the available plans loop. And to access that, we just say plan.planType, or type is it? Oh no, it's plan.interval, right? Now we do have to call it a plan type over here, and set it equal to string. Now we do need this because when we call the mutate function inside of it, we do have to pass that, if you remember. So inside of here, I want to do another check for the user ID. But this time, I just want to redirect the user. So I'm going to say if not user ID, then I want to use the use router hook from next navigation. So we're just going to call the router. We've done this before. So use router, next navigation, not router. Make sure you import from the correct place or else this won't work. And where is it? Yeah. And then I'm just going to say router.push to the sign-in page. So we actually automatically get redirected if you're not logged in. And then we'll also return, actually. We return below this. But then if you are logged in, then we want to call the mutate function. We'll pass an object and pass the plan type inside of it. Perfect. Now let's use the isPending Boolean just to disable this button while it is pending, so that we can't click the button multiple times while the mutation is happening, because then that's just it's not a good UI experience. So I'll say if the button is pending, then this button is disabled. And we'll also change this a bit. Yeah, I think this might be better. Let's actually, instead of just saying subscribe plan.name, let's display a text in case the mutation is pending. Like if it is pending, then we'll say something like please wait, 3 dots. And then if it is not pending, so in the normal state, it will say the same message it had before. So subscribe plan.name. Perfect. Now let's check this out. I expected that this would be giving us errors. Yeah. So we need to make this into a client component. I forgot about that again. So let's make use client. And yeah. Now I want to do something. I want to open this up and check out our network request to see how this is working out. I'm going to try to subscribe to the weekly plan. Let's see what happens. My expectation is that, first of all, this will become disabled, and then it will show please wait over here, and we should see a request to our own API. So let's see it. This is exactly what happened, but we did get an error saying internal server error. Let's try again with this one. We automatically get the same error message. Now, what is the scenario in which we might get an internal server error? Let's see why it's good to have this kind of like error handling so we can actually check. Internal server error is catching any responses. Now we can check this out over here when we open up our actual like logs, and it doesn't seem like I can see anything. For a second, let's just, instead of saying internal server error, let's actually see the error message. And let's open this up. Let's see it again. I'm going to open up the network tab. Let's try subscribing again. And it doesn't show anything. Interesting. I'm going to debug this in a second and I'll be back. Okay, everyone. So I just debugged for a bit. I was kind of stupid. I put the body inside of the headers. If you caught that already, that's pretty good of you. But we're going to put this below the headers and then we're actually passing the body to this request. Simple overlook, but it can cause a lot of issues. Now let's try this again. Let's go to our network over here and let's refresh the page so we can clear all of this out. Let's try subscribing to the weekly plan. Again, I want to see the states changing here, the request being done, and I want to be redirected to the checkout page. When I click on this, you should see that the checkout is indeed complete. And we get a URL to be redirected to. But why haven't we? Well, the reason for that is because we haven't actually made it such that we get redirected when we get that data back. On the mutation here, we want to add a case, like we want to add cases for when this was a success, when it's an error, and so on, so that we can deal with the different situations. So obviously the main one is on success, because when there is a success, we want to get back the URL data. So we grab the data from this function, and I want to say window.location.href is equal to the data.url. Now, if you're familiar with NextJS, you know that we could have also taken a different approach. We could have redirected directly from this response, but I prefer doing it this way so we can show some like toast notifications when we get there and so on. So we have our success case. Let's also add our error case. So I'm going to copy this. Let's paste it over here. I'll say on error and we'll grab the error. For now, we'll just console log the error message. But when I finish testing out the success case, we will start implementing the toast notifications so that we can show up a notification saying that there was an error. Now let's test to see if we get redirected. I'll try subscribing to the monthly plan, and you should see that we now see the checkout page. Great, we're in Stripe, we're seeing the checkout page. We see all of the information that we put in this product, the correct price per month, meaning that we're correctly passing the information for the plan type. And also you see the email is already pre-filled in because we got that email, we passed it through our Clerk object, right? Now, if you want to test that this was a success with Stripe. Now, if you're using test mode and you want to test out that you have actually succeeded in paying for this product and you have the credit card option available, you can put one of their fake credit cards. For example, the one I always use is 424242, like multiple times. Just put this and we'll test out a Visa card. Then you just put any date that is in the future, but not that much into the future. Any CVC, any name in the card. You can put wherever you're from. I'll just put Canada, but I'll put like T4G 74. I don't know. That's like that's how postal codes look in Canada. And then I'm going to click on subscribe and let's see what happens when we succeed. It should test out a success, as you can see, and it redirected us back with this session ID. But most importantly, if we go to our Stripe dashboard over here, we scroll down, you should see that it just recorded. Like right now, it is not 11:59. I don't know why it thinks it's 11:59 in my time, but it just recorded a $56 purchase. Now I did test this twice, so that's why it gives a bigger number. But yeah, this is the amount, so it means it correctly generated the checkout session, and we have successfully paid for the product. Now, what do we want to do before we continue forward? Well, I just want to really quickly add the ability to show toast notifications because I just know we're going to be using this multiple times in this project. Now, I will keep retrying to, so let's go to the subscribe page. I'll keep subscribing to this just for testing, but let's go to the subscribe page, and I will have to use this library called React Hot Toast. I use it sometimes if I don't want to build my toast components myself, but it's called React Hot Toast, and we do need to install it. So I'm going to copy this name and we'll open it over here. and we'll run npm install react hot toast. It makes it super easy for you to show toast notifications. So we can import the toaster component, and we can also import the toast function. And now let's go and add a toast notification for our on error. Right now we're just console logging, but to be honest, I just want to put a default error message over here. Let's say toast.error. We will just pass like something went wrong, and we can save this. Now let's like force an error, and I can force an error by doing what I was doing before, which is putting this body call inside of the headers, right? And that will give us an error. We already know that. So let's test that out. I'm going to click on this, and we should see something went wrong. Perfect. Now let's undo the error, right? Now I also want to put another notification when the stuff is loading. So I'm going to put in call to onMutate, and while the mutation is happening, so the user gets some sort of like feedback, let's say toast.loading and put the following text. We'll say processing your subscription, 3 dots. And we should see that while you click on this button, it will say that, and then it will actually load. It's like a small thing that will actually improve the user experience. So I think it's good for us to have. Now we're pretty much done with the checkout creation for our Stripe integration. But one thing you might have noticed, how do we know if the user actually subscribed? I'm able to subscribe multiple times, right? And that's cool and all if you're the one getting the money, which we will be when we launch this product. But for the user, they might get annoyed because they're having to subscribe a billion times and not really getting anything in return. The reason for that is because we're not recording on our database that the subscription is active when the user actually subscribes. So the subscription tier here is null, and the subscription ID is still null, and the subscription is not active. So there's something wrong. What is wrong is that we haven't integrated this. We haven't made the change to that. Now there's ways for us to do this. For example, if there's no errors here, we know it was a success, right? Because the user has successfully been redirected. So when they get redirected to the page with that session URL, we could technically just create the user based on that session and actually activate their account. But I want to do it in a different way. I want to use Stripe webhooks. And the reason why I want to use webhooks is because we're going to use webhooks later on in this video when we're dealing with, for example, cases in which the payment failed or when the subscription gets deleted. So when someone cancels a subscription. So I think it's important that we maintain everything in the same place so you guys can have an idea of how and exactly what we're doing. Because one of the situations where people gets the most confused on is with Stripe webhooks. So I'm going to close all of this here and let's start dealing with webhooks. I'm going to create here on our API folder, I want to create a route called Stripe. Actually, I'll just call it webhook instead of Stripe webhook. Let's say webhook. And then inside of here, let's create a route.ts. Now in this API route, we're going to listen for the Stripe webhook events. When Stripe sends a webhook post request, like for example, when a session is completed or when an invoice is paid or it fails, the code we write in here is going to verify this request, parse the event, and then handle with it accordingly. Like in this case, when we get an event for example, the checkout succeeding, we might want to send that data to Prisma or to our database through Prisma. So the way we do this is we're going to export an async function, which is going to be our post request. And we will need the actual request. So we'll say request is equal to next request. And inside of here, we need to do a couple of things. First of all, we are not going to be the ones making API requests to this route. This endpoint, we're going to connect it with our Stripe project, and they're going to be sending all of their events to this endpoint. We're just creating it for them. Now, the first thing they're going to send to us is a body through this request. And when Stripe sends their body, they don't send it as JSON. They send it very raw so that we can verify it. So what we have to do is create a variable for the body and say that we want to await the request.text, not request.json. Then we want to obtain the signature of this request to verify the authenticity of it. And the way that we can get that is through the headers. So we're going to say signature is equal to request.headers.get, and we'll get the Stripe signature. Now, if you're getting confused by this, don't worry. This is always going to look the same when you have a webhook in Stripe. They just make you do this. We know, I just know for a fact because I've done this a billion times, but they send this Stripe signature like this through the headers. Then you get it, and let's create an event variable, which will have a type of stripe.event. Now, we do need to import Stripe from Stripe, so not our Stripe variable, the actual Stripe variable. Then this event is going to be filled in by this request. So we want to try and catch the following. So let me just put an error here for now, but let's write the try first. What I want to try is to set the event equal to the stripe.webhooks.construct event. Now I realize we do need to import our own Stripe variable that we created from at lib/stripe. So let's import that as well. And in the construct event, we need to pass three things. First one is the body of the request. Second one is the signature, so we can verify. And the third one is our webhook secret. Now we don't have a webhook secret, so we do need to create it. And the way we're going to create it is by going to our dashboard over here. Now in our dashboard over here, we want to go to developers and we want to click on webhooks. Then this is going to ask us to add a destination if we're deploying, but we can also test with a local listener, and it will give you instructions to set up a local listener in your project. Now, the way we do it is we need to download the Stripe CLI and log into it. So you copy this command and you paste it over here. I already have it, but as you can see, it is going to ask us to already log in. Actually, because I'm using my guest browser for this video, it's going to ask me to put my 6-digit authentication code for my Stripe account because I have two-factor authentication. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in a second. Then it's going to ask us if we want to allow access to our account. I am going to allow. Then it's going to say access granted, and I can close this and go back to this, and you should see that we have successfully authenticated, right? Now, I want to come back here, and it's going to tell us to listen, to copy this command, which is going to tell us to listen to this API request. Now, the thing is, you need to change this localhost link over here to equal whatever is your local testing port. So in our case, it's 3000. So I do want to put that. And this /webhook has to be the API route for your specific API. In our case, to access the webhook route, we have to go to /API/webhook. So we do have to add the /API here and then the /webhook. So all it's doing is Stripe is going to listen to any events and is going to forward it to this specific API route, which is the one that we created. So we can actually test it locally. So I'm going to press enter, and this should make it ready. As you can see, it is ready, and it gave us a signing secret. This is our webhook secret. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go to our .env.local, and I will add here the Stripe webhook secret. We'll set it equal to whatever we copied. I'm going to close this now, and let's get that information by saying const webhook secret is equal to process.env.stripe webhook secret. Now again, this can be null, so I'll make it guaranteed to not be null, and we can just pass it here. Now this is given as an error because it might be empty. So if the signature is empty, I'll just default it to an empty string. And if there's any errors, then we'll just return a next response that should say .json And to be honest, it will just give back the error message. So let's send a error dot message. And let's pass a status as well. So status is equal to 400. Perfect. Now this event variable should be registered to our webhook events. So I'll actually show you guys. If we have successfully connected to the Stripe webhook and we're listening to all of our own events, if I open this up over here, you should see no event has shown up, right? I'm going to even clear my terminal. But if I try subscribing to a plan, so far, nothing. Let's actually try paying. I'm going to just put that information again, like I did before. Put whatever here. I'm going to change this to Brazil just because Brazil's postal code isn't required. And then I'll press subscribe, and we should see that it should have successfully subscribed to this service after this is done. Now, when we come back here, we should see a bunch of events were registered. For example, a customer was created, a charge was succeeded, a customer was updated, payment was created. There's like a bunch of events, invoices, and so on. Everything you might want to do something if that event happens, right? So they register a lot of different events for every single thing that happens in the process in case you need it. In our case, we're going to deal with 3 events. One of them is the checkout.session has been completed. Let's see if this happened here. Checkout.session. I actually didn't see it, but maybe it was just too far gone and a lot of events happened and it didn't show up. But this should have definitely happened, which is the session was completed. The second one is if the invoice was failed, like the payment was failed. And the third one is if the subscription got deleted. Now, the way we check for each of these events is we're going to add a switch case. And the switch case is going to loop through the events.type. And we can specify which case we want to deal with it. For example, if I want to deal with the checkout.session.completed, which is for when a session checkout was completed and the user has paid for it, then we can write code over here that is going to happen when that happens. The other case is if the invoice.payment has failed. What do we want to do in that case? And the third one is if the customer.subscription.deleted. And what do we want to do in that case? Now let's do a default over here. And to be honest, the default will be just console log something like unhandled event type, and we'll just actually add the event.type in the end. Perfect. Now, before we continue any further, let's add this route to our middleware because it's going to be called, right, when that happens, and we don't want to prevent it from happening. So I'm going to call over here the /API/webhook route and make it public. Then let's come to our route and let's go to each of these scenarios. Now, the first thing we can get is information about the current Stripe session. So I'm going to say session is equal to event.data.object as a Stripe.checkout.session. So we can define the type. I'm going to grab this and put it on all the cases that we have here. And then for each of them, we're going to create a function to handle them. So the first one is going to be called handle checkout session completed. And we'll pass in the session inside of it. Now, when that's over, I'm also going to just break and be done with it. Let's copy this and paste it. Actually, we'll copy both of them and we'll paste it below here. But we'll change the name from handle checkout session completed to handle invoice payment failed. Then we'll do the exact same thing over here for the last one. Handle customer subscription deleted. Great. Now this we also have to change because this is for the checkout session. This one is for the invoice. And this one is for the subscription. Right? They all have different initial event information, right? Perfect. Now let's create the functions. I'm going to come here below this and I'm going to create them. They're all going to be async and they're going to take in the session, which is just going to be a stripe.checkout.session. And I'll just copy and paste this twice more so we can make for the other ones. So handle invoice payment failed and handle customer deleted. And then this one again will be invoice. Invoice. And this one's going to be subscription. Perfect. Now I'll keep both of these for now empty and let's start working with the handle checkout session completed. So first of all, what do we want to do when the checkout session is completed? Well, we want to make some sort of call to our Postgres database and we want to update this subscription active to true. We want to set the specific tier that this subscription was related to and also set the ID over to this field. So that's how we want to do it. Now to do that, we need to have the user ID. Now, how are we going to get the user ID? Because inside of this route, we don't have access to the user ID from Clerk. Remember, this is who's making the request for this, who's sending this data is Stripe. So the way we do it is through, I don't know if you remember, when we created the checkout route, we passed in metadata to it. And I told you guys I was going to come back to this. We passed in information about the user ID and the plan type. And here it is. We can finally use it to our advantage because I can grab the user ID by setting it equal to session.metadata.clerk user ID, just like we passed it over here. Now, obviously this can be empty. So we do want to put a question mark over here. And below this, I want to check to see if there is no user ID, because if there isn't, then to be honest, I'll just console log over here, no user ID, and I'll just return, not continue moving forward. Then I want to grab the subscription ID. And that I can also get from the session, but through the session.subscription as a string, just to cast that into a string. Then again, I want to check to see if it's null, and if it is, then we can't continue going forward. So no sub ID. Perfect. Then below this, we want to actually try to update the values in the table because we finally have all of the necessary information. Now to do that, we're going to run a try catch, and in the try, we're going to await Prisma, which should be auto. Why did I import sign? I'm not using it, but Prisma should be auto updated, but it's imported, but it's not. So let's just import from lib/Prisma, and let's import the Prisma client. And then down here, we're gonna say await Prisma.profile.update, and we're going to specify that we want to update the row in the table where the user ID is equal to the user ID that we got from the metadata. So we're updating for a specific user, and we want to update the following data. We want to update the Stripe subscription ID to be equal to the subscription ID. We want to update the subscription active to be equal to true, and we want to update the subscription tier to be equal to the session.metadata.plan type, right? We did pass this as well into the metadata, and we want to put it over here. And if it's not true, then we'll just make it null. Because to be honest, we don't really care that much about the subscription tier. That's why we made it optionally null. But it's good to know if they're monthly, if they're weekly, if they're yearly. It's important for us. Then below this, I'm going to catch any errors. So catch error. And if there is something, let's just console log the error.message, right? Perfect. Now let's test it out. Let's see what happens. I'm going to refresh this. I'm going to try to subscribe monthly. I'm going to put a bunch of information here. Just double this. put 0334,999. Then let's put a random name. And also I'll just change from Canada to any other country, and then it won't need the the postal code. Then it should have called that function. And if it did, then this should update to true, and all this information should be updated as well, which it didn't. So there was an error in our code, and let's check it out. Oh yeah, it seems like there's no response returned from our route handler. So we can't test it out yet. I'm sorry about that. We have to finish this post request that we made over here. So to do that, we're just going to wrap this switch case with a try catch. I was going to do this eventually, but basically we do need to do this because then on this catch break, in case there's any errors, right, through the event handling, and then we'll say any, and in this case, we'll just return a next response.json with an error message. And it will be whatever message we get back, and the status will be 400. But in the case where that doesn't happen, then to be honest, I'll just return a next response.json, and I don't need to put anything because we won't really deal with anything in this case. I just need to put a response so that we can actually get a response back. So let's test this again. Let's open this up. Hopefully it works. I'm gonna be honest, whenever I'm working with webhooks, not just now, like every single time I've worked with webhooks in Stripe, it's the part where there's always something on the setup process that ends up getting a bit screwed up. So if I miss something, that's totally normal as well. Then let's change this and let's try subscribing. It always takes a couple tries to actually make it do what I'm telling it to do. But let's test this. Let's refresh this. And yeah, it seems to have worked perfectly. So when the session was completed, right, when we purchased the thing, we went and updated the field for that specific user to set the subscription active equal to true, the tier equal to whatever one I chose, which apparently was the monthly one. I didn't even realize, but I chose the monthly one. And it set the Stripe subscription ID to that field. Perfect. We're one step closer to this pretty nice, complicated project. Now, let's go on and handle the other events, right? We have the handle checkout session completed. Let's make the handle invoice payment field. So for this one, let's do the following. So I want to grab the subscription ID. So I'll just say sub ID actually, and set it equal to the invoice. This should be invoice, not session. So invoice dot subscription. And again, we'll cast it to string. Then we will check to see if there's no sub ID. And if there's none, then we just want to return. And we can console log something, but to be honest, this won't happen that often. And then I want to first create a user ID variable, set it equal to string, and then possibly undefined. We're going to try to retrieve this user ID from the subscription ID. Then we're going to try to get the profile of the user with this sub ID. So we'll say prisma.profile.findUnique, and then we'll get the unique with where the Stripe subscription ID. Actually, this should be an object. So Stripe subscription ID is equal to the sub ID, because if that's the case, then we get that user. And also, by the way, we want to probably put a select here to get back the user ID. So I'll specify user ID and set it equal to true. I want this to be casted down actually, so you guys can see it better. I feel like it's been kind of hard for you guys to see, but yeah, this is kind of the idea. We just want to, perfect. Now it looks good. Then when this is true, like when we get this, we'll see if the profile is returned. If it's not returned, so if there's no user ID in this profile, then I want to just console log no user or no profile found and just return. But if that's not the case, Then let's move forward and let's set the user ID equal to the profile dot user ID. So we did all of this just to get this user ID variable over here. Now we'll have to catch this, and we'll just catch any errors. And if there is any errors, then we'll just return for now, but we can console log actually, just so we can actually, in case something happens, we'll also see it. So I'll just say error.message. And then below this, we'll use that the user ID to try to await prisma.profile.update. Because let's think of the scenario. If the invoice payment failed, right? If you try to pay with invoice and it failed, then we don't want the subscription to be true, right? We want to set it to false. So we're going to update where the user ID is equal to the user ID that we just set over here. And we'll update the data, and specifically the subscription active field, to be equal to false. Then down here, we will add the catch. So catch, and we'll grab any error again, and we will console.log the error.message. Perfect. Now we won't test this because I don't even know actually how to test this. I've never tested this before, but I've seen this happening before because I do keep metrics for whenever I launch a project, and this has happened, so I know how it works. This is usually the flow that I go through, but this will handle this case, and you definitely want to handle all of the cases in which it might be useful for your project, and I thought that this one is useful for this one. Now, for the subscription deleted, we'll do something extremely similar to this one. So I'm actually going to copy all of this logic, and I'm going to add it over here. Perfect. Now, in this logic, we need to grab the subscription again, right, from Stripe subscription. So we'll just say subscription.id. And we don't even need to cast it to a string because this is already in the type for us. Then I'm going to delete this. We don't need to do that because in this case, we do know there's going to be a sub ID. But we do need to do all of this thing that we did for the user ID. Same thing. Now down here, when we do the profile.update, we also want to delete the Stripe subscription ID equal to null. Because in this case, we want to completely delete the subscription from our project. We also change the subscription tier. So subscription tier, I think it defaults to an empty string. Let me check it out. Subscription tier, yeah. So we'll just put an empty string. Actually, we'll put no, to be honest. I'll make it null. And if this is the case, then we want to completely delete this from our table. Now, these are the three cases we want to handle, and they are successfully being handled. Now, on the subscription delete, we will call this and force this event to happen later on in this video, but for now, we just have it created in our webhook file, which is good enough. Now, we have a way for us to clearly identify if a user has a subscription active or not. So we finally reached the final stage of the project, which is, remember when I said in the beginning, there's a flow to this project, right? We start with wanting the user to sign in, then go to the subscription page, and you only can do that if you're already signed in. And then after that, we want to go to the meal plan page, which you again can only do that if you are subscribed. So now that we have the data telling us that if a user is subscribed or not to the Stripe service, then we need to make some changes to our middleware to make that check when we go to the meal plan route. So I'm going to come over here and let's go to the middleware .ts file. And inside of here, we want to make another route matcher. This one is going to check to see if this is the meal plan route, because this one specifically is going to be a big one for us to deal with. So let's just say meal plan. And before our next, but after our check to see if this is the signup route, let's check to see if this is the meal plan route. So we'll say is meal plan route, pass the request. Then we also want to check to see if the user is logged in, so and user ID. And the way we check it is by making a database call to our Postgres database and grabbing this information to see if the subscription active is equal to true for this current user. However, there's a caveat. You can't use Prisma in a middleware inside of Next.js. This is an issue with a lot of people who run into this. I remember the first time I ran into this, I searched online. A lot of people run into this as well. So we need to find a way to bypass this. And the way that I've always done is we're going to make an API route that is going to give us back information about the current subscription status for this user. And then we're going to fetch that information inside of here. So let's do that. Let's go over here. Let's click on the API folder and let's create a folder called check subscription. And let's make a route. And inside of this, it's going to be pretty simple. It's going to be an async function, which is going to be a get request. We are going to get the request from the argument here. So next request. And we're just going to wrap everything around with a try catch. I'll just already make the possible error case, which will literally just return a next response.json, and then we'll just say there was an internal error, and we'll pass the status as 500. So status equal to 500. Then in the try over here, we're going to pass information to this request related to the current user ID. Now, to do that, we're going to pass the user ID that we have already directly through the params of this request. This is just so that we don't have to call this twice. We don't have to call all of the Clerk hooks twice. We just pass it directly as text. So when we make the fetch over here, we're going to pass it as params. So to get that data back, we can just grab the search params from the current URL that we can get from the request. So I'll say request.url, and we'll get the search params. And then inside of here, I'll just say const user ID is equal to search params.get, and we'll get the user ID that we're going to pass. Then with this user ID, we're going to check to see if it is null, because if it is, then as always, we're going to return an error. And this time we'll just say missing user ID. Actually, I'll put it like this, user ID. This won't be a 500. This will definitely be a 400 level error. Then below here, we want to get the profile information when using the user ID that we have. So we'll say prisma.profile.findUnique. Now, this is exactly why we're making a whole endpoint here, because now we can access the Prisma. Just realize it didn't auto import, so we should auto import over here. So import from @lib/prisma, and let's import our Prisma client. Then we just want to find a profile where the user ID is equal to the user ID. Now, again, we can select specific rows that we want to get back from this data. And the only row we really want to get is the subscription active row. So we'll set it to true. We're not setting subscription active as true. We're just saying that we want to select this one. Now we just want to return next response.json, and we will return the subscription active. So subscription active is the result of profile.subscriptionActive. And we'll remove this status. Perfect. Now, this will give true or false. And if it's true, it means the user is currently subscribed. If it's false, it will mean it's false. Then this means that we can come to our middleware here And inside of this check, we're going to run a try catch. Now, for now, let's just not put anything for the catch, but for the try, what we're going to try here is we're going to try to get the response from await fetch, and we're going to fetch the current origin, right? Because we do have access to the origin. I don't know if you guys remember. Yeah, we do have access to the origin. This is just a link, the URL to our website. So we'll make a request to the origin /API /check subscription. And remember, we're passing the user ID through the params. So let's pass it over here as well. So we'll just pass the user ID to the API request. Then when this is done, we'll just grab the data and we'll say await response.json, and we'll get back whether or not the subscription is active or not. So that means that if the data.subscription active is false, then we know that the user is not currently subscribed, so they can't access the meal plan route. So we will return a next response. I'll just copy this actually. A next response and redirect them to the subscribe page. And we do want to check to see if this was okay. So if it wasn't okay, then we want to return them back to the subscribe page no matter what, right? If there was an error in this API request, we do want to take them back. They can come again and maybe the error will go away, but this is just a way for us to check. So if we go over here now, we should see that we're still able to go to the meal plan rate, or not actually. Let's try again. Doesn't seem to be working. Let's check this out. So I know what the error is. We didn't add the new API route over here as a public route. So we'll do that. I'm going to say API /check subscription. So now we can access it. Also, in case this will cause loops, right? Because we're calling this and then we check this again in the middleware when we call it, but we're calling it inside of the middleware. That might cause a loop. So I'll actually, I'll delete this console log we added in the beginning of the video. But before anything over here, I'm going to check to see if the path name is equal to the /API /check subscription. And if that's the case, then I want to automatically just return a next response.next. I just want to move forward because this is like a temporary route. It's just to check to see if the subscription is active. So now let's try again. We are active, right? Let's click on meal plan and yeah, we have access for it. But what happens if I turn this to false, right? I'm going to save the change. Let's refresh this. It doesn't allow me to go to meal plan. Perfect. Now let's turn this back to true because I don't want to have to subscribe again for this. And then yeah, it allows me to go to meal plan. Perfect. Now we are at the stage of this tutorial where we're finally going to build the core part of this project, which is the whole part where we AI generate the meal plans. Think about it. When you're building a SaaS, there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, right? Building all the stuff that we've built so far. Now we get to the core part, which to be honest is the quickest and easiest part because using AI is super simple. Now to start building it, we want to start by building the UI. So let's come to the page for the meal plan, which currently is completely empty. And let's start building this UI. The first thing I want to do is just add a div here, then another div, then an h1 tag, which will just say like AI meal plan generator. Perfect. Now below this, I want to add a form. This is where we're going to grab information about the person to properly feed the AI and have the AI give us the correct dietary information. So for example, we want to get some sort of diet, right? In case they want to specifically put a diet, like if they're vegan, they might just ask for vegan meal plans. If they're doing keto, they can ask for that and so on. So we'll put here a label. We'll say diet type. We'll come over here, and for this label, we'll put an HTML4 and we'll pass diet type. Then below this, we'll create the corresponding input. And this input will be of type text. Its ID obviously will be diet type. And then we'll make it required for this case, and we'll put a placeholder to it, which would just say something like example, vegetarian, vegan, keto, Mediterranean. I think that's what I put on mine, and 3 dots. Perfect. That's just indicating to them what they can put. Then I also want to wrap this around with a div, because we want to have a separation between the different inputs. Now let me copy this, and let's add the inputs for getting the calories. So I'm going to say daily calorie goal. And in here, we'll change this to calories. Perfect. And this will change to calories as well. Now, the input for this is going to be a number because calories are numbers. This is also required. We'll put a min and a max. Obviously, we don't want to allow them to put too little. And also, we don't want to allow them to put too much. We're not allowing someone to have like a 15,000 calorie day. Even though it's possible, I've seen it on YouTube. We want to leave it like this. Then the placeholder, obviously the example is going to be 2,000, which is the recommended amount for the average adult. Then what I want to do is I want to add one for allergies. I'm pointing it out already. We're not going to do any validation for this form other than putting the min, max, and required fields over here. We're not going to be using React Hook form because this form is too simple, you know? I honestly don't think it matters that much for this. But yeah, so for this one, we'll put allergies. And we'll put allergies here as well. And we'll make this input be of type text. So we'll change this to text, remove this, and probably the example for the placeholder will be something like nuts, dairy, or you can also put none. Perfect. We'll just keep it like this. Then I also want to put like a section for like preferred cuisine, so you can put like foods that you like. So I'll say something like cuisine, and then put here preferred cuisine, and then down here, oh, I wrote this completely wrong. And then I'll just copy this, paste it for the ID, and then the example will be something like Italian, I don't know, Chinese, or you can also put no preference. To be honest, anything you put here will make sense because the AI will understand. Then we also want to put an addition for snacks. I don't personally eat snacks, but I'll put over here snacks, just in case they want to include snacks in their diet. So I'll say something like include snacks. Now this is going to be a checkbox. So when you have a checkbox, usually the label goes on the right of it, like to the right. So I'm just going to put it here, and also change the ID to this. And there's no placeholders for checkboxes, and also this isn't required, but we'll just delete this. And yeah, perfect. Now the only thing left is below this, we're going to add a div with a button. And this button is going to be the submit button, which will say something like generate meal plan. And in here, we will make the type of this be submit so that it can actually submit the form. Now, the way we're going to style this will include a panel on the right. So if you remember from the intro in the demo, we have this like form on the left, and then the meal plan schedule will appear on the right. So that right panel will appear on this div that we're going to create over here. So this div is going to include an h2 tag that is going to say weekly meal plan. Then below this, we will actually show the data, but we don't have the data yet, so we'll just keep it like this. Now let's see how it looks. Let's go here. We see a very simple form with obviously no styling, but I actually do want to add grab the information from the form first before we move forward with styling and all. So let's do that first. Now, the way that we're going to do this is by using form data. So if you're not familiar, form data is going to allow us to grab all of the information from this form at one time without having to create individual states for each of them. So in order to do that, we do have to add a name property to each of the inputs so that we can grab them. I'm just going to give the same value as I passed for the ID for each of them. So let's just copy and paste it here. I'll paste all of the name fields first, and then I'll update them to have the correct name. So yeah, this is good. And then we just have to update the name to be whatever I have for that specific name. So let's copy this, paste it here. And then this is the last one. Then let's create a handle submit function that is going to exist and be called whenever we submit the form. So I'm going to say function handle submit. And this function is going to take one argument, is going to be event, and that will have a type of react.form event, and it will be an HTML form element. Now, inside of here, we have to first obviously prevent default so that the page doesn't refresh. Then we're going to create an instance of the form data class. So we're going to set this equal to new form data, and we'll just pass the event dot current target, not target.value, just current target. Then inside of here, we can now access, for example, the value for the inputs for the data type if we want to by saying something like form data.get, and we pass the name for that specific field. So in this case, data type. So this is how we would be able to access each of the fields. So what we want to do is we want to add a variable that is going to be the payload of what we're going to send in our request. So let's create this variable, call it payload, and set it to an object. Now this object will have a type, and we can create this type up here and call it meal plan input. This is what we're going to send in our request. And its type is going to be corresponding to the form. So it will have a die type entry. It will have a calories entry, which will be a number. Then it will also have allergies, which will be a string. Then I'll just copy and paste to go faster. But we'll have then cuisine, snacks, and days. So I'll change this to cuisine, this to snack, and we want to put days over here in case you guys want to make this a little bit different. I'll make this optional, but so we can ensure that we can change, for example, really easily if we want to generate a meal plan for only a week or for example, a month. This is just in case you want to change this in the future. We'll add that as part of our payload as well and part of our ChatGPT prompt. So I'm going to put this as being the type of this payload, which means we do have to pass in types for each of these values. I'll actually just copy this, paste it over here, and obviously it will break because this is an object. So we do have to replace this. Now, again, the way you get the data is by saying form data.get and passing a specific value. So diet type, and we do want to convert it to string. So I'm going to convert it to string in the end. Now, this is requiring a string, so I'll default it to an empty string. Then let's copy this, paste it here. I'll put a comma as well. And actually, I'll paste it for all of them. So let's do this. Perfect. Then this will be for calories. Then we'll default to a 0. Actually, let's default it to 2000 because that would be indeed the default calorie. Then for this will be allergies, then this will be cuisine, and then this snacks. And I think it's snacks, right? Not snack. Wait, let me check. Yeah, it's snacks. And let me just replace this and then replace this. And it seems like we're getting an error for this. Calories. Oh, I'm converting this to string. So technically we don't want to convert this to string. We want just wrap this around with the number function to convert it into a number. Perfect. And then this one, we don't want to put anything inside of it. We just want to put 7. But this is where, if you want to change in the future, make it generate meal plans for multiple days, more than 7, or for only 1 day if you want to as well, you change this number. Now, this also has to change to snacks. And perfect. Now we do have access to the data from the form in the format of this payload object. So let's just console log this data and see if this is working. So I'm going to open up our project over here. Let's open our console, refresh this, and let's type something. I'm going to put here vegan diet. Let's put 3000 calorie goal. Then, oh, did we put this twice? Oh, I just realized I put a wrong label for one of them. Yeah, this should be like allergies. Let's see if any of the other ones, no, the other ones are fine. Let's say I have a nut allergy and that I like sushi and I want to include snacks, and let's click this and it refreshed our page. Interesting, because, oh, I just realized we never called the handle submit function. Yeah, so in the form over here, we definitely want to call the on submit and pass the handle submit function. Now let's also pass in over here on the top, make this a client component. So we'll say use client, and let's check to see if this is working now. Let's again put vegan, 3000, nuts, sushi, and let's include snacks. When we click this button, we should see that data being reflected and being console logged. Perfect. Now we can start building the route that is going to make the API call for OpenAI. But one thing though, before we get there, I'm just going to copy and paste the CSS for this UI, because at this point, you know the drill. It would just make it look a lot better. So I'll be back in a second. Perfect. I just pasted here my CSS code. Again, just check it out if you want to. And this is how our UI looks like. Looks a lot better than what it was before. And whenever we get the data back, it should show the calendar over here. This is what I was talking about, dividing both the page into 2 different panels. This will be just the form panel, and this will be where we display the weekly meal plan. Perfect. Now let's start building our core feature, which is the part where we're going to generate the meal plan using OpenAI. Now, in order to make a call to our model, I'm going to be using openrouter.ai. If you want to, you can use OpenAI directly. We're going to be using the OpenAI library, but we're going to specifically route our requests to OpenRouter because we can access a completely free model this way. Now, if you want to pay and use OpenAI's like variety of different models that are paid, you can do that with just accessing OpenAI directly. But you can also do that by accessing those models in OpenRouter. OpenRouter offers, like you see, better prices, at least from what I've understood. And you can access a bunch of different models, including the one that we're going to be using, which is the Meta Llama. And then we're going to be using the 3B Instruct Free. This model is completely free. It has 3 billion parameter multilingual large language model. That's pretty hard to say. But one point though that I'm going to make is that what I've noticed, and this is expected, when you're trying to request specific data, right? You're going to see how we're going to generate the data using the model. With free models, it gets it wrong, I'd say once every like 9 times. And it depends on how complex your data is. In this case, I've noticed that it's like once every like 15 times, it gets it kind of wrong. But with any paid model, GPT-4, GPT-3, any paid model that I've tested, it works perfectly. It never gets anything wrong, but obviously it's paid. I usually like I've published projects with GPT-4 and GPT-3, and it's usually like 4 cents a request, at least from my experience. So keep that in mind whenever you're working with your project. Now, if you want to build this as a project, like an experiment project, you can sign into this for free. So I'm going to sign into my account and I'll be back in a second. Now that you have logged into your account, you should go to the openrouter.ai/settings/keys. This is where you can generate an API key to access all of the models that are accessible in the OpenRouter platform. So to create one, you're going to click on Create Key. You're going to give it a name. Let's call it Meal Plan Generator. Something like this. You can put a credit limit because if you remember, you can access paid models in this website. So if you want to do that, you can put that, but I'm just going to leave it blank for unlimited because technically we're not going to be paying anything. Now let's click Create and we should see our new key. So you want to make sure you copy this key because you will never see it again. You'll have to copy it, write it down, and in our case, we're going to copy it and put it directly inside of our .env file. So inside of here, let's add another entry. Let's call it Open Router API key. And we're going to set it equal to this specific key. Now let's go back here and we can close this and we can start installing our OpenAI package inside of this project. So we're going to be using OpenAI as a dependency in this project in order to connect to our OpenRouter models. So we do have to install over here. I'm going to open this up and we're going to run on another terminal because remember this one is running the webhooks and this one will just be running, we'll just install packages. So I'm going to say npm install OpenAI. Now while that's installing, let's come over here and let's create another API route. This one is going to be for generating the meal plan. Now we'll create a file here. We'll say route.ts. And inside of here, we're going to export an async function, which is going to be a post request. And we're just going to put a next request here. And above this, we're going to instantiate the OpenAI library by saying new OpenAI. And we're going to import that specifically from the OpenAI library. Now, the reason why I'm not creating this on a lib file or in a file instead of our lib folder like I did for the other ones is because we're just using OpenAI in this file, so there's no need for that. Now, if you are just using a model from OpenAI, all you have to do now is just pass the API key, which we can access from the process.env.openRouter API key. Now, in our case, we're using OpenRouter. So we do have to pass a base URL because we're routing the requests from their platform. So I'm going to pass a base URL over here. And the base URL we want to pass is https://openrouter.ai/API/v1. Perfect. Now, inside of here, we'll immediately wrap our whole post request with a try catch because, again, like we've dealt with this multiple times, we do want to return a next response in case there's any internal errors. So we'll say return next response.json, and then we'll say error, and we'll say internal error, and then pass a status of, oh yeah, we have to make another object, status 500. Perfect. Now we have to get the information that we were typing on the form to use that in order to make the OpenAI call. Now we're going to be passing that information through the body of this request. We obviously haven't made the request yet because we don't have the request done. So we'll assume that we'll pass the diet type, the calories, the allergies, the cuisine, and the snacks to this place. So we can get that information by destructuring it from the request.json. Now again, we're going to need the diet type, the calories, the allergies, the cuisine, snacks, and I think we also need days, right? Because we need to know the amount of days for our meal plan. Then I want to generate a prompt that we're going to use to generate this information. Now, when you're dealing with AI and you're making using AI to display data inside of your project, you have to be very careful with what you put in your prompt. It's not like you're just going to ChatGPT and typing something, because if you've done that before, you know that ChatGPT it definitely gives you your answer, like whenever you ask for something, but it also puts a lot of unnecessary text that it would require a lot of work for us to distinguish what exactly we want out of that response. So the whole idea of prompt engineering is a whole thing in the industry, and it's really real because you need to be very smart with how you engineer your prompts in order to get exactly what you want from it. So I have created a prompt that will be extremely useful for us in this use case, and I'm going to copy and paste it over here. I'm going to leave this in the description for sure, because then you guys can just copy and paste, and it's a pretty big one. And I'll go over exactly what the prompt does. Okay, everyone. So I just pasted here the prompt, and you can clearly see that it's pretty big. I'll go over exactly what it does, and I hope that you guys will understand it by the end. So if this is the first time that you're writing prompts to get data from an AI model without using something like ChatGPT, it is basically the same thing. But because you want a specific format of data, for example, when we get the response from this, I want it to look like a JSON object, because me being a programmer, I know how to use JSON data in order to display information on my screen. So here is what I do with this prompt. I first specify who the model is trying to be. And in this case, they are a professional nutritionist. Then I put the task, which in this case is create and then I insert the amount of days that we want for the amount of days that we want the meal plan to be. And then I say for an individual following a specific diet type that we insert with the data from the user. And we specify the amount of calories we want per day in each of the meal plans. Then we want to give some more information, like if there's any allergies and restrictions, and we insert that data again. If there's a preferred cuisine, if we want to include snacks or not. And then we also specify what we want each of the days. So again, to emphasize that we want some sort of meal for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then also the addition of possibly snacks, we have to add this condition over here where we specify how the data is going to look like. Then we also want to specify how much information we want to get back. So I don't want it to be very big because I want everything to fit in my screen, right? I want to display this information. And if we wanted to in the future do a more in-depth analysis of each of the specific meals in the meal plan, we could do another request with another prompt to ask for that. But in this case, we just want to see the meals being displayed in a bullet point. So we're just going to say use simple ingredients and provide brief instructions. Include approximate calorie counts for each meal. Then this is where it becomes extremely important, which is we want to structure the response. So I'm going to say structure the response as a JSON object where each day is a key and each meal is a subkey. So this is how our data is going to look like. We're going to have an object with Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, an object, and Friday. And for each of those objects, we have breakfast, lunch, dinner, and possibly snacks. And we have whatever the meal is with the amount of calories. And this all should add up to whatever specified amount of calories the user chose. Then we also want to give an example, right? This is the example that we're giving, and this will help the model understand what we're talking about. Now, this is the kicker. In the end, I find it very useful to always put return just the JSON with no extra commentaries and no backticks. Now, what does this mean? Well, return just the JSON is obvious. We just want to return this because when we get this response back, we just want it to be a JSON object. Now, with the no extra commentaries is to prevent the model from acting like ChatGPT, where it says something like, sure, this is your answer, and then puts the actual answer. We don't want that. We just want the JSON data. And the backticks is because when you're using a cheap model, which in our case is just a free model, most likely it will try to add backticks like this when it's trying to insert code like JSON code. And when it does that, it completely breaks how we interpret the data, because there's just backticks in the beginning of it. And we want to transform it into a JSON object by parsing it. So I'm making sure not to do that by adding this last thing. Now, this is the entire prompt. Again, if you want to copy and paste, it will be in the description. But I think it is important that you also play around with it to see what you can generate more and more. This is the beauty of using AI and creating a GPT wrapper type project, because you can make insane things really easily by just playing around with the prompt. And now we want to actually make a request with this prompt. Now, how do we do that? Well, we ask for the response back and we await a request to the OpenAI library, which why is there anything? Oh, it's OpenAI like this. And then we'll say .chat.completions.create. So we're going to create a chat completion. And inside of here, we have to specify a couple things about our request. The first one is the most important one, which is, I would say second most important one, to be honest, but it's the model that we're going to use. And the model that we're going to use is this one over here. Again, it is a completely free one. It's the one that I talked to you guys about. And there's other ones that are free as well, so you don't have to use this one. But to be honest, I found this one to be the best one out of the free ones. I might be wrong because I haven't tested all of them. Because I usually don't use free ones when I release a project. I use a paid one, and I think you guys should as well. But yeah, so below this, let's add messages. And the messages is just what are the prompts we're going to be using in our request. Specifically, I can add a role to this request, and you can see the options are assistant, developer, function, system, tool, and user. I'm going to put user. Then we're going to put a content over here, and we're going to insert our prompt. So this is where we're going to be sending as a request to OpenAI. Now, below here as well, we can specify more things in our request. Now, this ones you can play around with. The first one is temperature, and temperature is more of like, do you want to adjust more for creativity or for consistency? So the higher the temperature, it is the more consistent, but the lower is the more creative. We're just going to put it at 0.7. This is what I put in the beginning whenever I play around with models. And to be honest, it's worked so far, so I'm not going to change it. I just play around with it whenever I don't see myself getting the results that I want. And when I tried 0.7 for this specific project, first time it worked. And I'm just going to leave it like this. Then we want to put also a max tokens. Now, in our case, again, our model is free, but max tokens is important when your model is not free, because you want to put a length to your response, like a max length to your response. For possible budget reasons, and also just probably reducing your expected response length. In our case, we're going to put 1500 because I think that's enough for this specific project. Then, when we get the response back from this, we can access it by saying AI content is equal to response.choices, and we'll get the first item because there's only one choice over here. And we're going to say .message.content, and I'm going to trim this. Now, at the end over here, we want to try to use JSON to parse this text that we're going to get back. So let's create over here a variable called parsed meal plan. And the type for this will have to look like this. It should be an object, which should have an key of day and a value which is going to be of type string, and the value of it will be equal to daily meal plan. Now we don't have that type yet, so we do have to create it. So let's do it. So let's come down here. Let's create an interface daily meal plan, and we'll just define it like this. And this is specific for the backend, so we'll set it to string. Then we'll do the same thing for the other ones. So breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snacks. So lunch, then dinner, and then snacks. And all of this will be optional because we don't really know if we're going to get this back. Now we're going to handle all of that whenever we actually get the data. but for now, let's just set it to optional. Perfect. Now we want to actually parse or try parsing this AI content. So to do that, I'm going to try and I'm going to set the parsed meal plan equal to JSON.parse AI content. Now, the reason why I'm trying this is because possibly it won't work, right? And I want to catch the situation in which there was an error parsing it. So we know that we got bad data from OpenAI. Now it's giving us an error here because it might be undefined. So I'm going to assert that this is defined and that should go away. Now let's catch over here possible errors. So I'm going to actually call this parse error. And in here, we want to return a next response.json that would say something like error failed to parse meal plan. Please try again. And we'll put a status of 500 because that's pretty bad. So status 500. And also for internal reasons, let's just also console.error our message. So I'm going to say here error parsing AI response. And then I'm just going to insert here the parse error. So we can also see in case this happens. Then we also want to, before doing anything, before returning it, we want to validate the structure of the parsed meal plan object. So we're going to say if the type of the parsed meal plan is not equal to an object, meaning that there's an error in parsing it, or the parsed meal plan is equal to null, then, oh, did I put too many? Yeah. Then we know that there was an error. So we're just going to return the same issue here and not actually continue forward. Finally, in the end here, we're going to return our next response .json, and we're going to just put the meal plan is equal to the parsed meal plan. Now let's go to our page.tsx over here, and we will go to below our component definition, and let's call the use mutation hook. So we can actually make the request to that endpoint. So we'll give a type for this. We'll have to create the types for the meal plan response, error, and we already have the meal plan input, so we just put it over here. Then inside of here, we'll have to put the mutation function, which we'll create up here probably. Yeah, let's just say async function. Then we'll call generate meal plan or something like that. And then inside of here, we want to access the payload and send it through a post request. Now the payload is actually going to come from here. So let's say payload and then give the meal plan input. Then inside of here, we're just going to say const response is equal to await. We'll say fetch and then put the string inside of here, say slash API slash generate meal plan. And inside of here, we'll just say method, set it to post, headers, set it to be content type and set it equal to application slash JSON. And then below this, so we don't make that mistake again, we'll pass the body, which will be a JSON.stringify of our payload. Perfect. Now, if everything is good, we're going to return the response.json. Perfect. Now we do have to define the meal plan response type. We can just put it over here and we'll define this type similar to this one over here. We'll just paste it and say meal plan response. Now the response from this is going to be either an error or the actual meal plan. So we'll say meal plan this is optional because it might give us an error, and we'll have to create a type for the weekly meal plan type, but possibly it will also be an error, which will be a string. Now, what is this weekly meal plan? If you remember, we have the daily meal plan, right? That we have on that specific, on the generate route, right? On the generate meal plan route. Now, we could create this and share it between them. To be honest, for simplicity reasons, I'm just going to copy and paste it here again. And we'll create another interface, which is going to be the weekly meal plan. And this one will basically consist of a specific day, which is a string. And the type of that is going to be the daily meal plan, exactly how we defined it in our backend, right? And we know that this is the type because that's how we defined it, and this is what's going to be returned in our meal plan response. Then this use mutation hook will give us a couple functions. The first thing it's going to give us is the mutate function, right? Which we're going to use to call inside of our handle submit. So I'm just going to call the mutate and pass the payload in here. Then we also want to get the is pending. And I want to put some loading states here. The first loading state is on the button. And on this one, we want to add a disabled property, which will be true whenever is pending is true. And also I want this text to change depending on that. So if is pending is true, then I want this to display generating and 3 dots. If it's false, then we'll just say generate meal plan. Now, at the end of this, right, when we're done with this, I want to get the data back. Now, how are we going to get this data? Well, the way we can do it is by accessing the data from this use mutation hook. Now, somewhere here, I'm just going to check to see if data is true. Then I'm just going to console log it, just so we can actually see if this worked. So let's test this out. Let's open up our project over here. Let's go to meal plan. Perfect. Let's refresh this. Now let's open up our network tab over here and let's check for any requests. Let's ask for a keto diet with a 2,500 calorie goal. Say we are allergic to dairy, and say we like Italian and French cuisines. Now I'm going to click include snacks and let's see what happens. When I click on this, it makes the request to generate the meal plan. It is pending, but we got a 200 status. Doesn't mean it worked. Well, the only way to know is if we look at the response and it looks like what we wanted. When I click on this, we can see that it's exactly what we wanted. The AI model generated a perfect JSON for us with a perfect meal plan. See, it doesn't include dairy and includes probably a total of 2,500 if you add this, 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 and this. And it does it for every single day of the week. We also get access to it in our console log because we put that the little if statement. So this is perfect. We can now use this to display this data. Now, while this data is being displayed, I also want to add a loading spinner, which maybe we can also reuse multiple times in our project. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here to our components folder and we're going to create a spinner.tsx component. This component is going to be an SVG that we're going to reuse multiple times. I already have it. You can just copy and paste this, and it's again an SVG from W3, so you can access this publicly. And we're going to call it inside of our page.tsx a couple times. So where do we want to call it? Well, if we go down here in the place where we're going to display our meal plan, we want to actually put some conditions. So the first scenario is in case the mutation was a success and if we have access to the meal plan. So to access the meal plan, we can just check to see if data.mealplan is not null. Now to check to see if the mutation was a success, we can also use the is success property from the use mutation hook. So we can just say is success, and this will tell us. So we'll go down here and we'll add that other check as well. Now down here, we're going to put some sort of UI, which for now I'll just put a div, which is going to be the success case. Now, if we're in a scenario in which either data.MulePlan or is success is not true, then we want to check to see if the mutation is pending. So we'll say if is pending is equal to true, then we want to display the spinner that we just created. So I'll import it from the spinner library and we'll save this. But an else case to this is an else case to each of the scenarios. So we're dealing with both the success case over here, the pending state, and this will just be the last case. And in the last case, we'll just put a p tag saying, please generate a mule plan to see it here. Perfect. Now let's save this. And I don't know why it keeps sending me to the subscribe page, but we'll try generating this again. Let's say vegan, let's say 1800, let's say nuts, and let's say Japanese. And then click, okay, I won't click include snacks. What we should see is this should disappear. It should show a spinner in the middle and then nothing else because we actually don't have, we don't have the rest of the data done. Now you might be noticing that it does take a while and the velocity of your request depends a lot on a bunch of different things. Faster models give you back response in a faster time span. Now this is indeed taking a very long time. So let me check to see if there's any issues with it. It is taking a while, right? So it might be pending for an inconsiderable amount of time, which might time out this request. Let's try again. Let's say vegan, 2100. I'll put none and I'll put no preference. So let's actually make sure that this will complete. I'll be back in a second if it does or not. Okay, as you can see, it did return back, but I'm gonna be honest, this did take a while, way more than it ever took for me to make using this model, because I've built this project before and I tested it a million times. So maybe my thought is that my Wi-Fi is pretty bad right now. Test it out for you, see how good your connection to OpenRouter is. And again, if you just want to use OpenAI, feel free to use. So I believe it would just be faster if you use like a GPT model. But you can see it seems to be working. So let's continue. Now we want to display the success case, which is the only last thing that we want to do for this page. So we have this div over here. Let's add another div, which is going to have the list that we want to loop through. Because if you remember, we want to show this information as if it's like a weekly calendar. So as if we're showing a piece of data for each specific day of the week. So let's create an array that is going to have the days of the week. So let's delete this. Let's create an array called days of the week. And this array will just have the word Sunday, Monday. Actually, let's start with Monday. I think it kind of makes more sense. So Monday and so on. I'll just write them and I'll be back in a second. Perfect. Now we also want to make a function that is going to retrieve the mule plan for a specific day. So let's create this function. It's going to take in a day, which is going to be a string, and the return for this is going to be a daily mule plan. And inside of here, we're going to just return the mutation, or actually just the data dot mule plan, and we'll get the specific day from this list. Now I just realized that this might be null. So what I want to do is I actually want to make this possibly undefined. And inside of here, we're going to check to see if there's no data dot mule plan, then we'll just return undefined, and we'll handle that when we're showing the UI. Perfect. Now we can use both of these to continue generating our success case over here. We're just going to close this div, and we want to loop through the days of the week array, grab each specific day, and I'll grab a key as well, And for each day, we want to first get the meal plan from that day by using the function that we just made. So get meal plan for the day, and we'll pass the day inside of here. Then inside of here, we want to return a div, which is going to show the information for that specific day. We'll also pass this key for this div. And inside of here, we're going to put, the first thing is going to be the actual day. So I'm going to put an h3 tag that is going to show the name of the day. Then below this, we want to, like, in case meal plan is not null, so we deal with the undefined case, then we'll show a div that will have over here the different labels. So the first label, I'm just going to put inside of a div again. Now this is giving us an error, and I believe it is because we have to remove this. Let me fix this syntax. Now we can see that, oh, why is this giving us an error? Oh, for some reason, when I had this, it was just giving me an error, but now it's not. So let's save this. Let's go back over here, go to meal plan, and let's try generating it again. I'll make like, I don't know, I'll put none for diet. Then I'll put 3,000 calories. I'll put no restrictions, and I'll put no preference. Let's just give them whatever they want, like just do whatever. Now I'm going to click on include snacks and click generate meal plan. Hopefully this time it goes a little bit faster. Perfect. As you can see, we just got our data back, and it shows exactly what we wanted, each of the meals for each of the days of the week, and we have all of this displayed. Obviously the data doesn't look really nice. So what I want to do is I want to just put all of the Tailwind in this part of the code, and I'll be back in a second. Nice. So I just pasted it. As you can see, this is the CSS and styling that I added. And then let's come over here, and this is what it translates to, a really nice UI that shows each of the days of the week. Perfect. Now we have pretty much done, like, I swear 80 to 90% of the project. We have everything created. You can actually generate the meal plans, and you can sign in, you can pay for it, and so on. However, there's one thing that you're not accounting for, the profile page. The profile page is important because it's going to allow us to do something that us, like SaaS developers, business owners, whatever, we don't want to think about, but we definitely need to implement in our project, which is the ability to cancel the subscription, right? And to possibly also change it, which is actually a benefit. If you want to change it to like an yearly plan, maybe we can allow that to happen as well. So we want to create in this profile page a place where we can see the status of our subscription, like our current subscription status, together with the ability to change it and also to cancel it. So that's definitely important. We're going to do it right now. So to do that, let's come over here and let's go to the profile page, which currently is empty. And inside of here, we want to check for a couple things. So the first thing is we definitely want to make a call to Clerk and call the use user hook. Now this hook, it is going to give us back information like if the user is loaded or if they're signed in. And we want to already instantly roll back if those two cases are false. So the first cause is if the data is not loaded, then we want to return a div that will show that spinner that we created, plus probably a span saying that the data is loading or that we're loading the information. Then if also the user is not signed in, if is signed in is not equal to true, obviously this is handled in our middleware, but we also want to possibly handle it here in case any wrong thing happens. So we'll say, please sign in to view your profile. Perfect. Now down here, let's start building the UI for this. First things first, we are going to have a toaster here, similar to how we have had it on the checkout page, I believe. So let's just add the toaster, auto import, and we'll also add the position to be top center, to be honest, because I feel like this page might make more sense. Then below it, we want to add a div, then another div, and then another div. Now I'll explain the division of divs over here. So then this one over here will just show our profile picture, which we can get from Clerk. Now we'll put over here the source for this profile picture is going to be the image URL of the user, and we can get the user from the use user. So we'll say user, and we'll say user.image URL. Perfect. Now we only want to show this in case image URL is true. So we'll say user.image URL, and we only show it if that's not null. Then we also want to put an alt here, which will just say user avatar or something. Then we want to put a width, which I'm going to give it as 100, and we want to put a height that will also put it as 100. And that should be good. Now it's giving us an error because we do need to import, I believe, image over here on the top. So we'll say import image from next image, and now we should be good. Then below here, we'll have an h1 tag that is going to show the names of the user, like the name of the user, so the first name and the last name. So I'm going to just say user.firstname and user.last name. Perfect. Now below this, we'll just add a p tag that is going to show the email address. So we'll say user.primary email address to access the primary email that this user has. Then when we can get below this, this is just going to be the information about the user. So generic user information. But now we want to show information about the user's subscription. So we're going to add a div here, and we'll put a title. This time we'll use h2 for this, and we'll say subscription details. Now we don't have the data for it yet, but when we do, we'll put that information over here. Right now it is given as an error because we need to make this a client component again. So let's just say use client. We'll save this, and we should come back, and you should see that we are seeing that information in our screen. Perfect. Now let's build the API routes that are gonna be able to provide data to this specific component. So to do that, we're going to actually do something a little bit different. We're going to need 3 different API endpoints. We're going to need one to get the subscription status, right, to display over here. But we're also going to need another one to be able to change the current subscription plan, and another one for us to be able to unsubscribe. We're going to put all of them inside of the same route, which is going to be called the profile route. But we'll only create one for now. Just create the profile folder inside of API, and we'll create the subscription status route. So we can get that information really quickly and use it in our website. Now, this route is going to be pretty simple. We're going to export an async function, and it's going to be just a GET request because we're just getting data. We'll wrap this around with a try catch, which when it catches, it will just, again, return an internal error. So we'll say return next response.json, and we'll return an error, which will say, it can say internal error just to be generic. And over here, we'll just pass the status and make it 500. Now, why am I getting an error for this? Maybe this wasn't auto imported, so we should just do that. Then in our try catch over here, we want to get the current user from Clerk. This is a server file, as you can see, so we do have to use, we can't use the use user hook because that's only on client components. We have to use the current user function that Clerk provides by setting this equal to await current user. It's going to give us back the current signed in user. So if the Clerk user.id is equal to null, then we know the user is not signed in. So we just return, and I'll copy this, an error message that is going to say unauthorized. So unauthorized. Perfect. Now the status for this, we can just remove this, to be honest. And then inside of here, like below this, we know for a fact the user is logged in. So we want to fetch the current user's profile from our database. So we're going to use Prisma for that. I'm going to say profile is equal to await Prisma, and we'll make sure we import. Yeah, I think it's this one. Actually, it didn't import our Prisma client. So I'm going to say import from @lib/Prisma. And let's make sure we import the correct one. Then we're going to say .profile .find unique. And we want to find a unique profile where the user ID is equal to the clerk user.id. Perfect. Now below this, if there's no profile, then we just return an early error as well. And we can, to be honest, return an error saying something like no profile found. And then if there is a profile, we can just return, I'll also paste this here, but instead of putting error, we'll just send the subscription, and we're gonna send the profile inside of here. Now we can specify in this find unique what rows we want to select, right? We've done this before. And the only information I want to get back from the current subscription status is the subscription tier. And the reason for that is because we already have in-depth information about the different tiers of plans, right? If we go over here, we made the plans.ts. But as long as the subscription tier, which is like month, year, and week, those are the three options, is equal to the interval of one of these plans, then we know that all of the information for that plan is applicable to their current subscription. So that's the only thing we need back from this request. So I'm just going to select this column to be returned. So then in our page over here, we can now make a request using the useQuery hook from React Query. So let's call useQuery. And this hook, I believe, is the first time we're using it in this video, but it's very similar to the use mutation, but we have to pass a query key, which will help us then do other stuff with this query. If we want to invalidate it, if we want to change its cache, if we want to do anything, we can access it by using the whatever key we put in here. And we'll give it a name of subscription to this query. Then I'm going to pass a query function, and this query function is going to fetch the data for our subscription and then return it back to us. So let's create here that function. I'm going to say async function fetch subscription status, and inside of here we're just going to const response, set it equal to await fetch, and we're going to fetch to the /API/profile/subscription status, which is the name of our route. Then when we get this back, we are just going to return the response.json. Perfect. Now let's grab this information and let's put it over here. When we get this back, we're going to return the data from this request. Now, since we're going to be using more than one, I believe, use query in this component, I'm not sure, but I think we're going to be using only one. We can actually rename this data object to something else. So I'm going to call it subscription so that it's more in depth and we don't have multiple data objects with the same name. Then we can also get information about whether or not the query is loading, and if there's any error, and if there is, what is that error, so we can get that information. There's also other cool things we can do to this query. This isn't like a React query tutorial, but we're integrating it into the project. So if you want to see a more in-depth tutorial on React query, I have other videos for this. So what I want to add here is just two simple things. The first one is I want to keep this query enabled as long as there is like the data for the user is loaded and they are signed in, so that this will prevent us from making unnecessary queries to this endpoint when we know for a fact that they're not signed in and they're not like the information is not loaded yet. So again, it's just making sure in all of the different parts of our project that we're not making, I don't know, calls when our data is not synced. Then we want to come over here and I want to add a stale time to this, and we want to set a stale time to 5 minutes. That will translate to 5 times 60 times 1000, and stale time is just when it will refetch the data. So it will refetch the data if nothing is done in 5 minutes in the screen, and then it will deem the data stale, so it will refetch it. Now, when we get this subscription data, we want to actually get the information for the plan based on that subscription data. So I'm going to create a variable here called current plan, and I'm going to set it equal to the list of available plans that we have in our lib folder, and I'm going to find the specific plan that has the plan.interval equal to the subscription dot subscription tier. So let's say subscription tier. Now this might not be true, right? Because there's a bunch of scenarios in here where that might not be true, but subscription here should return back the profile, which should then have access to the subscription tier. So I just realized we actually need to also put another dot subscription here. Sorry about that, because this should return an object with the subscription field, and then it will have the subscription tier. Perfect. Now, when that gives us back, it should give us the current plan as an object, and it's going to be one of the following options, either this, this, or this. Then, when we assume we have that back, we can start displaying that information in our screen. So in our below our subscription details over here, I want to check to see, is the data loading, right? We have that information. And if it is, then I want to display a div with the spinner again. Perfect. Also, I'm just going to add up a span that is going to say loading subscription details. Then we need to put an else case for this. So if there's any error, then to be honest, I'm just going to display the error message. So let's say display and then put a p tag here that is just going to display the error dot message. Perfect. Now, if neither of those are the case, then we know for a fact that this is the case in which we want to access and display the subscription data. Now, subscription might not be null. So might not be true, so it might be null. So we want to check to see if subscription is also not null, because if it is not null, then we want to display something, and if it is null, we want to display something else. I know this is like a huge ternary operator, and there might be better ways of structuring this data, but to be honest, I'll just put it all here to keep it simple. So inside of here, in the subscription option, so the first one, let's for now just put a div. And on the last one over here, in the case where we don't find the subscription, we'll just say something like current plan not found. Perfect. Now, this should be a question mark, and we should be good to go. Now, let's go to the subscription area, this one over here, and let's add the information for the plan. So I'm going to add an h3 tag that is going to say current plan. Then below here, we're going to display the current plan dot, actually let's just ask to see if it's true or not. And if it is true, meaning that there is a plan, then we'll do something. If it's not true, then we'll display we should probably display this current plan not found. Then to be honest, I want to make this into a p tag, but also I just realized let's instead make this over here. Also, let me put a div on here just so it doesn't look confusing. But below on this one, let's put something else. So right now we're checking for the current plan, right? If it is true, we'll display something. If not, we'll display something else. I'll have to close it with this, and now it should fix it. But here, we should probably say something like, you are not subscribed to any plan, or something like that. Then, on the success case for the current plan, we will display open and close some fragments so that I can just insert here a p tag, which will have a bolded text saying plan, and then we'll put the plan name by saying current plan.name. Then we'll do the exact same thing a couple more times. We'll do this for the amount. So we'll say amount, and we'll access the amount. Now we also want to display the currency right next to it. So I'm just going to put over here current plan.currency. And below this, we want to put the status. So if the plan is active, then we want to say subscription. Actually, in this case, if we're in here already, that means that it is already active. So we probably just want to put active, to be honest, just to give like an information that the plan is indeed active. Perfect. We don't even need to put this like this, right? We can just remove this, and this should be fine. Let's see how this looks. It is giving us, oh, we do have to put a question mark here. Is that going to work? Well, it's loading the information, and as you can see, it did load the correct information. It shows the monthly plan, how much I paid for it, and also that it is currently active. Even though we're only showing this if it's active, it will never show that it's inactive because you can't be inactive and be in this page. Perfect. Now let's add the UI for this really quickly before we start building the other routes and the other functionalities that this page is going to have. I'm going to paste the styling, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, so I just pasted here. I pasted styling for every single div that we have so far. So this is it, if you want to check that out. And this is how it looks. It has a page. It just has a little backdrop over here. We're centering it in the middle, and we'll have a section for showing the current plan and its information. Below here, we're going to have the forms or the inputs for both changing the plan and deleting it. So I think the best one to start with is changing, so that we don't have to keep signing up and subscribing to different plans. We'll just keep it in a single one, and we'll do the change plan first. So to do that, we're going to come over here to below this div over here, and I want to add another div which is going to handle the change subscription plan area of our component. Now in here, we'll put an h3 tag that is going to say change subscription plan. Then in here, we're going to add a select that is going to have a couple different options. And each option that is going to have is basically the different plan that they can choose. Now the default option is going to say select new plan, or select a new plan. So we'll make this the default option by setting a value to it equal to an empty string, and we'll set this one as disabled. Perfect. Now inside of here, we want to loop through the available plans and display them as an option for each of the different available plans, right? So we're going to map through them. We'll grab the plan over here. We'll grab a key, and we're going to return an option, which the label in it is going to be the plan.name together with information about the plan amount, so the cost of it. So I'll say plan.amount, and we'll put like a money sign in front of it to represent it. And then we'll also show how long the length of this plan, which will be like month, week, or year. So we can access that by saying plan.interval. Then we'll pass the key to this option, and we now have a select, right? Let's test. Yeah, it seems to be working. It shows the different plans, and the goal is that when you select one of them, we're gonna have a button over here that is gonna be able to be clicked and save the change that you're making. So it will start at whatever plan you're in, which right now it's not doing that, right? It should start at monthly. So to make it start at whichever one you're currently, whichever one the status of your subscription is currently attributed to, then in the select over here, we have to pass a default value, which should be equal to the current plan dot interval. And we should see that if I refresh this, it should now go to month, which it didn't. Meaning that we can actually check to see what this means. Oh yeah, I just realized we didn't pass a value to this option. So we'll pass the plan.interval as the value so that we can actually attribute the specific interval to each of the options, right? So let's try that again. Let me refresh this, and it still should have been month. Let me debug this and see what happens. Okay, so I just found a solution for it. The solution is just to check to see if current plan is true before generating the select. And you should see that when this happens and I refresh this, it will default to whatever plan you're currently in. Perfect. Now let's go back here and let's create the save change button. So to create it, we'll come to below the select and we'll just make a button that will just say save change. Now, since it's inside of this like condition here and their siblings, we do need to wrap them around with a fragment. And yeah, perfect. Now let's build the route or the endpoint that is going to handle updating the plan. So to do that, we're going to come back to our profile folder in our API folder over here, and we're going to create a change plan route. So to be honest, I'm just going to copy this route and I'm going to paste it over here to save time. So inside of here, let's change a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to change this into a post request, not a get request, because this is us updating, right, the data. Then we do want to still get the Clerk user. We do want to check to see if they're authorized or not. But then we are also going to get the plan from the body from this request. So we do need to get the request from here. And this will be of type next request. Then to get it, we'll just say const. We'll destructure it, set it equal to await request.json. And we're going to get back the new plan. So whenever we send this data to the backend, we need to send it in an object with the new plan property. Then with this information, we want to check to see if new plan is null. Because if it is null, then we don't even want to continue forward. So I'm going to say if not new plan, then I'll send an error saying new plan is required. Perfect. Then when that happens, we do want to find the current profile, which is something we already have over here because we had it from before. Now, the reason why we want to get this current profile is because we want to get information like their current subscription ID and possibly other things that might be useful to use when we connect to Stripe to actually update their plan. So I'm actually going to remove this specification here and let's get the full profile because I'm not sure yet what parts of their profile we might need. Then below here, let's check to see if the profile is null. And more specifically, we want to check to see if there's no profile dot Stripe subscription ID, because if there's no ID, then we'll say no, actually it should be here, no active subscription found. Perfect. Then down here, we want to get the subscription ID. So I'm going to say const subscription ID is equal to profile dot subscription Stripe subscription ID. And then with this, we can actually retrieve the specific subscription using our Stripe client. So I'm going to import over here at the top from Stripe, the Stripe client. And then we're going to use that to say that we want to retrieve the subscription item ID, which will be equal to await stripe dot subscriptions dot retrieve, and we can pass the specific ID that is in our table. This is going to give us the item ID, which will help us be able to access and alter information for this specific subscription. Now, if there's no like subscription item, then we just want to return back an error. So if there's no subscription item ID, then we'll say no active subscription found again. Now, if there is one, then we want to update that subscription. Now to update, we'll just say const updated subscription is equal to await stripe.subscriptions.update instead of retrieve. And in here, we'll pass the subscription ID first, then an object with information about the new subscription. We do want to pass a cancel at period end, just in case we'll set it to false. And then below here, we'll have to pass the items that we want to update. So obviously we want to update our plan with ID equal to subscription item ID. And the price that we now want to set this subscription to have is the price of the new plan. Now, how do we get the price of this subscription based on a plan type? If you remember correctly, when we were checking out or creating the checkout route, we made a very nifty function here, which does exactly that. We can get the price ID from type by just passing the plan type on top. And that's exactly what we get from the body of this endpoint. We get the new plan. So I'm just going to pass the new plan over here, and that should return for us. Now, I see we have an error here. And let me look at this. It says type response subscription is not assignable to type string. Did I make a mistake here? Yeah, I definitely made a mistake. So the subscription item ID is actually one next step. This should just be the subscription. We get the ID from the subscription. So in here, instead of doing that, we need to say subscription.items. Then we'll get the first item, which is the actual subscription, and we'll get their ID. Now I do want to make this optional just in case, and now that won't give us an error. I do have to import this as well, which is the function we made. And below here, let's also add a proration behavior, and we'll say create prorations. Now you don't really need to know what that does, to be honest. It would just help us tell Stripe to calculate the prorated charges or like credits for the subscription when we're updating it mid-cycle. So it's just a way it's a different type of behavior for when you want to update your subscription. Now, when this is done, we want to await Prisma and update the profile of the user in our database because we have successfully updated the subscription with Stripe. So we need to reflect that in our database. So we'll update where the user ID is equal to the clerk user.id, and we want to update the following data. We want to set the subscription tier equal to the new plan that we just got. Then we also want to set the Stripe subscription ID equal to updated subscription.id, and I think that should be okay. Yeah, I think probably. Do we want to also set the subscription active? Yeah, let's just do that just for fun. We'll set it equal to true as well, just to make sure. And then at the bottom, we should just return the updated subscription as the value. Perfect. This should be working. Now let's come to our page over here again. And now this is going to be a mutation, not a query, because we have, it's a post request. So below here, I'm going to create the mutation for this and set it equal to use mutation. And to be honest, let's not set the types for this just because it would make this component very big. But you guys already have an idea of how you set types for the different mutations. When you check out my code in the description, it is going to include the specific types. So if you want to just access them, just go ahead and do so. But we don't need to necessarily set types. It's just for more general best practices. So inside of here, let's just add the mutation function. And in this function, we're going to call a function here that is going to update plan. Now, inside of it, we'll need to get the new plan, which is going to be a string, and we'll pass it to this mutation function. Perfect. Now, this function, all it's going to do is it's going to make a post request to the profile / change plan route. So we do want to put the same logic that we were putting for mutations. I'm just going to copy, like for a post request, we're just going to copy this and we'll paste it over here. Then the data I pass in here is just the string. To be honest, we don't need to stringify that. Actually, we do. Let's make this into an object that is going to have the new plan as a string. Perfect. Then at the bottom, let's just return whatever response we get back. And we can now use the update plan to our advantage. And how we do that is by accessing the data that we get back from this. So I'm going to destructure the data and call it change plan, or actually updated plan probably. And we also want to get the mutate function, which will change its name to update plan mutate or mutation. And then in the end, we'll also get the is pending, which we might also want to change the name to is update plan pending. Now, the reason why we're changing the name for everything is because we will also have the mutation for the unsubscribe in the same component. So this might just be a way for us to not run into issues with having the same names. So let's just use those names for now. So we'll come down here, and in our select, which is this over here, we want to come to this and we want to set, first of all, the disabled value equal to whether or not the update plan is update plan pending, right? Because if it is pending, then we don't want to allow them to choose another plan that they want to change to. That just doesn't make sense. Then we want to grab this is update plan pending, and below the save changes, we want to add a pending state. So while it is pending, we just want to display a div that is just going to show again the spinner with the span saying that it is updating the plan. Perfect. Now we have to have a way for us to actually call the mutation. And the way we do that is by creating a function that is going to be called when we click on this button. So I'm going to add an on click to this button, and we'll add a handle confirm update plan. So we're going to just handle updating the plan. Actually, we don't need to put confirm here. I'm just going to close this, and we'll just grab this function. We'll come up here. We can make it probably here. So I'll make the function, and this function will check to see if we have selected a plan, and if we have, then it's going to call the mutation with that selected plan. But we currently don't have a way to keep track of what plan we're selecting on our select over here. So we do need to make a state for that. So I'm going to come up here at the top, and I'm going to create a state called selected plan, and we'll create a function called set selected plan. And this is going to be a use state, which is going to be a string, which initially is just an empty string. Then in the select over here, we're going to add an on change to it. So whenever there's a change, we just want to grab the event, which is going to be a react.change event of an HTML select element. And we're going to just set the selected plan equal to the event.target.value. Then the state now has that value. So we can come up here. Actually, we can also pass the value of this to be that, right? Yeah, actually we don't, because it already has a default value, right? So we don't actually need that. So we'll just come up here into our handle update plan. And inside of here, we're going to check to see if the selected plan is true. Because if it is true, then we want to call the update plan mutation with that selected plan. And after that is done, we want to set the selected plan back to empty so that it resets. Now let's try this out. Let's come over here. I have our monthly plan. Of course, you see this is also what shows in our database, right? It says month. Now let's try to select a plan that is a different one from this. For example, let's change to year. When I click on this, let's also open the inspect element to see how the request is going. When I click on save change, we should see that it is calling the change plan endpoint, and it seems to have given us back a whole subscription data, which gives me the impression that it did work. It did actually change the data in Stripe. Now, did it change in our database? Well, if I refresh this, this should become year, which it for sure does. Yeah. And most importantly, when I refresh this, all of this data now should be different. It should default to the year plan, and this should show different information. So let's do that. And yeah, that's exactly what happens. So we have successfully changed the plan. And to be honest, this isn't the hard part of working with Stripe. So it wasn't even that hard, but it was pretty interesting that you can easily do that. And to be honest, we also need to change the UI for this. So I'm going to paste the styling for the select, and I'll be back in a second. Perfect. Now I just pasted all of it. You can see this is the styling, and what happened? Yeah, this is how it should look like, right? A lot better than what it was before. Now, the last thing we want to do in this whole project, and I know this is a pretty long project, right? It's a pretty long video. Trust me, it's hard to record for me as well. It takes a very long time. But what we want to do last is add the delete button or the unsubscribe button over here. So how do we do that? Well, to do that, we want to come below here and add another div, which is going to be the unsubscribe section. Now in this section, we're going to have an h3 tag, which is going to just say unsubscribe. And below it, we're going to have a button, which is just going to say the word unsubscribe. So technically, that sounds kind of like redundant, but the thing is this will also change depending on if the mutation is pending or not. So, and it's a button, right? So most of the logic for this area is going to be done in the backend, because all this is going to do is we're just going to be able to click a button. Now we're not seeing it. I have to save it. But whenever I click on this button, it will call the unsubscribe route. Now let's create it. To create it, let's come over here to the profile section and let's create the unsubscribe folder. Then we'll just again copy the route from this to here so we can save time. And I'm going to close both of these files. Perfect. Now this logic for the unsubscribe actually looks a lot more than the change plan one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. Obviously, we're going to make some changes, but it's going to look very similar. It is a post request. We are getting the Clerk user information, and we're not getting any data from the body, so we can remove that. But we are getting information about the profile. And the information we most specifically want to get is the current subscription ID, similar to how we did it with the update logic. Now, when we get to the stage where we're doing the subscription ID, right, where we got the ID from our own profile, we can actually directly cancel it here. And the way we do it is we are going to copy this whole logic here. And by the way, I'm just going to comment all of this out for now, but we can copy all of that, paste it over here, and call this canceled subscription. Then when we update the subscription, all we want to do is to cancel the subscription. Literally, we can do that by actually removing this, and actually not removing all of that, removing this. And we want to set the cancel at period end to true. Now, what is this? We did set it to false on the update, right? And I didn't really mention it because we were going to talk about it right here. Basically, what this will do is it will allow us to unsubscribe to the subscription, but still maintain the user's subscription until their current plan finishes, right? And then it won't renew it. But if you want to directly delete the subscription immediately, you can do that by using, I think it's like a del for delete. or delete discount. No, there's a different function. We're not using it in this case. We're just deleting it this way. But there's another function that you can use to actually immediately delete the subscription. In our case, we just want to do it like this, and it's fine. So with this in mind, when we finish this, all we want to do is just call our Prisma again. I'm going to copy this, and we want to just update our Prisma profile to now say null to all of this information. So this will also be null, and this will be false. Perfect. Now we'll delete all of this, and we can just return back the canceled subscription. Now in our page here, we're going to copy the same logic we did for the use mutation here, and we're going to paste it, but change this information. For example, instead of update plan, we want to make a call to the unsubscribe. So I'm saying unsubscribe. I'll make this lowercase, and we don't want to pass anything to this function. Now this should be unsubscribe as well, and I don't need any body, so I won't pass this, and this should be good. Now we'll copy the unsubscribe function, we'll paste it over here, and we'll have to change all of this data. So we'll change this to canceled plan. Then this will just call it unsubscribe. So it'll just be a function that we can call to call the mutation. Then this we'll call is unsubscribe pending. And it should be good. Now this is giving us an error. Let me check why. Oh, I just didn't call it. Oh, we gave the same name. So I'll just say unsubscribe mutation, and then it should be good. Perfect. Now we'll go down here to where we have the unsubscribe logic, and it is very simple. In this button, we want to add a disabled property, which is just going to call the is unsubscribe pending, right? We don't want to maintain it enabled. Then in this UI here, we just want to change this to if is unsubscribe pending equal to true, then we'll say unsubscribing and 3 dots. If it is equal to false, we'll say unsubscribe. Perfect. Now, I actually want to put like a confirmation, like modal type thing whenever you're trying to unsubscribe, just to see if they're sure if they want to do this. So I'm going to add an onClick over here, and this is going to call a function called handle unsubscribe. This function, all it's going to do is we're going to first call it, so handle unsubscribe. And it's going to call the confirm function that is existent in every browser to ask if they want to confirm to the following. So we'll say, are you sure you want to unsubscribe? You will lose access to premium features. If they say yes to this modal that is going to appear, then we call the unsubscribe mutation. Perfect. Now, the last thing we want to do is just, there's a couple of things we want to do on both the success and the error cases for both the update plan and the unsubscribe mutations. For example, when you unsubscribe, and it succeeds, I want to be redirected back to the sign-in page, or the subscribe page actually, because now they don't have access to that specific page. So they want to go to the subscribe page to get access again. So what I want to do is, when this succeeds, we want to first actually want to invalidate the query for the subscription, right? Because it's not valid anymore, because this showed the current plan, but now the user unsubscribed, so it's not valid. Now to do that, we actually need to access something from React Query. It's going to be called the query client, and I can use that by using the use query client hook from React Query. So it's not that big of a deal. I'm just going to use that over here, and I'm going to invalidate that specific query. So let's say query client dot invalidate queries. Then I'll specify that I want to invalidate the queries with the following query key, which in our case, we only have one query in our project, which is pretty surprising to be honest, but it's this one over here. Now, when you're done doing that, we want to redirect the user to the subscribe page. Now to do that, we know what to do. We have to use the use router hook from next navigation, not next router. Remember that. And then below here, I'm just going to say router.push and go to the subscribe page. Perfect. Now in the change plan mutation, right, this part over here, I also want to add a couple things. The first thing is, if you remember, we added a toaster in the beginning of this page and we haven't done anything with it. So here's where we're going to do it. When the change plan succeeds, we don't want to redirect them or we don't want to invalidate the query. Instead, we want to show a toast notification of success. And actually, to be honest, yeah, we will still invalidate the query in this case because the subscription will have changed. So it will refetch the new subscription. Okay, so yeah, so we will still invalidate it, but we will also have to call the toast function from React Hot Toast. And we'll say toast dot success, and we'll say subscription plan updated successfully. Yay, this is great. But if there's also an error, so on error, we want to show an error message with that error. So I'm going to say toast.error, and we'll show error updating plan. Then let's do the exact same thing for the unsubscribe, and then we should be done. So in this case, we don't want to invalidate the query in here, and also here as well. We don't want to do that, but we do want to show an error message, and it should say error unsubscribing, which would be kind of annoying to see, right? Imagine you're trying to unsubscribe from a subscription and it gives you an error, but still. So let's test this out. I'm going to come back here. Oh yeah, I noticed we also have the UI. I'm going to add the styling for this small section over here, and I'll be back in a second, just so we can have a good look for the final stage of this tutorial. Okay, everyone, so I put here the UI, as you can see, but we also want to make one change, which I just realized makes the UI look like this, right? This isn't what we had in the beginning. I just forgot to put a div in a place that I needed, but this is just styling wise. But as you can see, we have here the unsubscribe with a little bit of color to it. But the change I want to make is we actually want to put all of this logic from the change subscription plan to the unsubscribe like part of the code. We want to put this inside of this call over here. So I just copied it and I want to put it right over here, I think. Yeah, below this. And then save this, and now it should actually look correctly, right? It should look like what I had before. So yeah, that's a small mistake, but you can see now it works. So let's test it out. Let's open this up. It shows all of our subscription details. Let me try changing to the weekly plan. What I should see is it should show this. When it's done, we should see subscription plan accordingly. Now, when we refresh this, you should see that it now shows the weekly plan. Also, if we want that change to appear automatically, we could do the following. We could come over here to the use query, and there's a refetch function that we can call. So when the actual change plan happens, so in this one over here, we can also call the refetch. And you see that when we do that, like for example, let's change it to the monthly plan. It should actually change this to monthly as well. Yeah, it did that automatically. But yeah, okay, so updating the plan works perfectly. Now let's try unsubscribing. Let me also maintain the network tab open just in case we can see any mistakes. I'm gonna click on this. It's gonna ask us if we're sure, if we wanna unsubscribe. I'm gonna click yes, and perfect. Seems to have worked, right? Let's check our database. This should all be null now and false, which it is. And we don't have access to the meal plan. Yeah, we can't go to the meal plan page. Perfect. So this is basically it for the video. I really appreciate everyone who stuck around to watch this very, very long video. Everyone has been asking me for years now to make very long videos where I show you guys how to build an advanced application, which I definitely considered this one to be. So I decided to spend a lot of time building this, and I really hope you guys enjoyed this video. Thank you so much, Clerk, for sponsoring this video. They supported a lot with actually building this, and as you saw throughout the video, I actually love Clerk. I built this project before making this video with no intention of actually ever making this into a video. I built this out of I was in the holidays and I really didn't care much. I wanted to code a bit on my personal time, and my go-to was Clerk, because they make authentication and authorization super easy. We didn't have to deal with any of that. It was all done for us, both in the server and in the client. So I really appreciate Clerk for sponsoring this video. I really love their service. So if you guys are interested in checking them out, please use the link in the description. So that's basically it. Really hope you guys enjoyed it. If you enjoyed it, please leave a like down below and comment what you want to see next. Subscribe because I'm posting twice a week and I would massively appreciate it. And I see you guys next time.